Welcome, everyone, to the very first Connecticut Cannabis Community Forum at the Legislative Office Building. My name is Christina Capitan. I'm the co-founder of CT Canna Warriors. To my right is Joseph Achatulo, also a co-founder of Canna Warriors. And then we have our wonderful legislative allies here beside us. I'd like to thank MJ Shannon for all his support and encouragement and for helping us to sponsor our bills. And I'd also like to thank Ann Hughes, State Representative Ann Hughes, as well as State Representative Lori Sweet. You guys have been wonderful to us, and we could not be more grateful for you. We're also very happy to see everybody came to join us today. This is a big part of what our community means. So we're really happy to have you all here. I want to make sure that everybody had the opportunity to grab a forum booklet at the front of the room and a Canna Warriors pen. Within that booklet, you will find some seeds. So we hope that you'll take those seeds and bring them forward and grow our community as well as grow in your garden. Without further ado, let's get started with the Cannabis Forum. All right, so welcome everyone. So this space was created out of necessity because far too often the people most impacted by cannabis policies in the state of Connecticut have been the ones left out of the conversation. Today, that changes. This is a space for truth-telling, community healing, and building a people-powered future together. Joseph, I'm going to turn it over to Joseph.
So, hello everyone, my name is Joseph Achatulo. I'm a co-founder of the CT Canna Warriors, and I'm here as someone who has lived the legacy of cannabis prohibition, who's been impacted, criminalized, and pushed aside, but who never stopped believing in the power of this plant and the power of the people. This forum is about reclaiming the narrative. It's not about a corporate spin, it's not about state control, it's about community, it's about survival, it's about justice, and we're here to challenge what's broken and elevate what's possible.
So we're going to start today, and I want to thank all of the people who agreed to be on the panel. We have some individuals on Zoom who are panelists, as well as people that are in the room with us who have put in a massive amount of work and support. We're thankful for them. So we're going to start with 4 panels today. Each one is going to be focused on a key area that demands our attention right now. We have equity and who was left out of that. Cannabis policing and enforcement, which is definitely at the forefront of the conversation, considering some of the bills that have come forward this session. Medical use and harm reduction. We do feel that medical patients need to be at the forefront of every conversation. They are what built this industry, and on their backs is where we came from. So we're really grateful for them. We don't want to leave them out, and we don't want to continue to keep them out of the conversation. Activism and advocacy as well. So, we didn't get here by ourselves. Everybody really puts in a lot of work to advocate for cannabis and the plant and the people who consume it. Each panel is going to open with a short statement, and then our panelists will introduce themselves and move into an open conversation rooted in lived experience and insight. This is real dialogue.
So we ask that everyone participate with respect, patience, and open ears. This space is about listening as much as it is about speaking. After the panels, we'll open up the floor for public testimony. So if you're not on a panel today, your voice will definitely be heard.
So without further ado, we're going to build something powerful today, something that honors the past and it clears the path forward. Thank you all for being a part of it from the bottom of my heart. I have so much gratitude for everybody that's sitting in this room today and everybody that's supported us along the journey thus far. So let's get started with our enforcement panel. So freeing the plant and freeing the people. Let me open to that page to make sure I don't miss anything. So freeing the plant and freeing the people, we have a number of panelists on this panel, and it's a very important conversation, especially in the state of Connecticut currently, where we're seeing a lot of legislation coming forward regarding task forces and enforcement and things that just don't line up with healing, from the war on cannabis, that, all the pain that we've already gone through all these years. Legalization was supposed to mean freedom, but for many, it's changed the face of enforcement. Legacy communities are still under threat while corporate interests continue to thrive. What does real freedom mean when the plant is legal, but the people still aren't? So I would like to include people in this panel, Joseph Achatulo, who's been justice impacted, myself also justice impacted, Eva Lise impacted by, incarceration of a family member. And I just want to kind of start with a couple questions and start an open dialogue. But first, let's have the panelists introduce themselves, starting with Eva Lise.
My name is Evelise Correa. I'm a mother of four, and when I was a freshman in high school, my father was denied pretrial relief, unlike his co-defendants, because he was found with cannabis roaches. So he had to serve 3 years for the possession concurrently with the charges that he was denied the AR for. Taking away the main breadwinner from a household when, there's 4 children is crazy. It kind of broke our family apart. And it's wild to see now. I can buy cannabis on an iPad. I can smoke a blunt while mowing my lawn. And there has been no sort of reparation or relief for the people that were most impacted by the war on drugs. We've been kept out of ownership. Families still haven't been reunited. There's still people serving time. There are still mothers whose legal rights were terminated to their children because of cannabis. And we never really consider the impact it has on the children involved. So that's my story.
Thank you so much, Eva Lise. And I think a lot of people have gone through similar situations, losing a parent, losing a child, losing a brother, a sister, or a family member, somebody that we love, to incarceration or probation with years hanging over their head for nonviolent cannabis crimes. And that's a big part of why we need healing and not enforcement in our state. So thank you so much. I realize that we missed our little portion. I would like the legislators to say something, just maybe a quick hello and introduce yourself. I'm sorry.
No worries. This is the flow. Hi, I'm State Representative Ann Hughes. I'd like to thank you.
Yeah.
Let's go!
Yeah.
I am honored and pleased to help host this community forum, because this is the people's house. This is your space for informing policy, and I know it doesn't always happen the way it's best for our justice system, where your voices are at the center of policies that impact you. And that's something that I wanted to, acknowledge MJ Shannon and Representative Sweet, but also former legislator Brandon McGee over there, who was with me in the House in 2019 when we tried very much to craft a decriminalization of recreational marijuana and, and a justice-centered recreational marijuana bill. And I will say it did not work out the way we imagined it. And in terms of giving justice to the most impacted, not just decriminalization, but liberation of those who are the collateral damage in the war, not just on drugs, but really on black and brown communities in this country. This was a first step, and it's been dismaying as a legislator to see multi-state operators, corporate owners really corner the market, because we really had a vision of this being a really homegrown green economy to create an economy for the people, the communities most impacted. we're not done yet, and that's why we're having this forum here to see how, and we have policymakers in the room. How can we shape further the policies that we do have to open up real equity and real justice, and put patients and people over profits, and to look at real harm reduction, which we really haven't done in our policy yet. So I'm so proud that you're all at the table with us, and I'd like to thank CTN for covering this.
Thank you so much, Anne. MJ, do you have anything you'd like to say? Thank you so much, Anne.
Thank you so much. Hey, I'm MJ Shannon. How's it going? Woo! So before being elected in November, I got to be the clerk of the General Law Committee, where I watched all of these amazing advocates and allies come and testify before the General Law Committee, trying to really make change and try to help this community. But I would see how it would go down, and just nothing really has been done since forever, it seems. Every time there's an ask, it doesn't go through. So we want to make sure these voices are heard. This is such an important forum for everyone to just voice their struggles, what they see for the future, maybe even some, policy ideas. I've told everyone that I'm going to be taking notes like this entire time, because I really want this to shape what the cannabis policy is going into the future, and not just about what the products are for medical patients and things like that, but as Anne said, the justice and equity part of this. We really have people still sitting incarcerated that should not be there for this plant. So we have to work on that as well. Thank you all for being here, and thank you.
And Reb Sweet,
Thank you. Thank you, MJ, for partnering with me on some of these bills. I think it's always helpful to have someone to work closely with. I just want to take a moment to thank all of the advocates, because you've done such a beautiful job of working with us, putting steady pressure. We really appreciate it, truly. It really helps us write the best legislation possible. Yeah. And, I think we made a baby step with the Cannabis for Caregivers, getting it to a public hearing, but we have a lot more work to do. So as MJ said, we're here to listen. We're here to craft legislation for next session with y'all in mind. And it's literally our jobs. That's our job, is to hear from you, craft legislation that works for you, that is fair and equitable. And I'm so grateful for the opportunity to sit with all of you and listen today. Thank you.
Yeah.
we are so grateful to have you. Thank you so much, Lori. Thank you to all the legislators who stand by us and support us. I know it's been a long road to get here, and usually during this week we are outside with the megaphone and the flags and yelling and screaming, but I think this is progress, and we're very grateful to be in these seats and in this room with you and to help you to shape these policies, which is, I think, what it's going to take, to get to the point we need to get to. So getting back to our, justice and enforcement and the things that have really been at the top of the conversation this session. Let's continue on with the rest of the panelists for that panel. We'll go to Joseph Achitulo.
So hey everyone, my name is Joseph Achitulo. In 2013, I was targeted by the statewide narcotics task force. I was cultivating in my basement some cannabis, and they broke down my door. For the next 2 years, I went through 42 appearances in court. I took the state to trial because I knew that some of the evidence that was presented was not even pictures from my home. It put my life on stall for 2 whole years. I faced 62 years in prison for operating a drug factory in that trial, and there wasn't much wiggle room if I had lost for to lessen the amount of time I would have to do. But I was convinced that the affidavit and the warrants that were put together were corrupted and probably falsified. And After 42 appearances, when my lawyer at the time had asked for a Franks hearing, all of a sudden the statewide narcotics task force basically lost all of the evidence and agreed to drop all charges against me. But that set me on a path, of advocacy, because something was really lopsided at that point. The fact that the police were, at that time using power they were given to bust, harder drugs or what they deemed as narcotics, or, also to deal with the opioid epidemic they were using to, bust low-level marijuana users or enthusiasts, because it was so easy for them to do. But today I think is great progress, because I've been an advocate coming up here for about almost 10 years now, and we've seen legalization happen, and we've seen corporations be given the right to sell something that people were impacted by for a good part of their lives, and attacked by law enforcement over. And now to see out of state people come in and have the right to just buy up real estate, or just come in and buy up licenses and then serve subpar product is just not okay for me. So I've made it a lifelong thing to really crash that system and make sure that what comes out of it is something local, something homegrown, and something done by the people who are impacted by it.
Thank you, Joseph. And I think it's important that we note that, those days of task forces and, guns drawn and doors getting kicked down, those are not far gone. Those are not a long past bygone. These things are still happening to our people today. These are nonviolent individuals, with plants in their house, people who have families, people who have children, people whose, animals are at risk of being shot. So this is very real and it's very current. And I want to welcome Luke Kist into the conversation. He recently also had some interaction with law enforcement regarding cannabis, and he is nonviolent and a wonderful part of our community. So thank you for being here, Luke.
It is a pleasure to be here. First off, I am a voice for the voiceless, as well as I am a caregiver for a child who has autism, a mother who has dementia, and I also recently just launched a care agency with a couple care providers. So I am in the trenches, in and out of understanding what people with disabilities need, as well as what understanding what aging in place looks like. That being said, my house was raided in West Hartford. I am the infamous Luke Kist, or man who grew cannabis in their own backyard and got raided for it, right? So immediately, instead of them sending a police officer, they literally kicked in my front door, guns drawn, AK-47s, assault rifles, shotguns, all pointed at me, pointed at my 70-year-old mother, and told us to get on the floor. The only request I had was, please do not shoot my dogs that were roaming around the house freely, right? They said that the reason why they came in was they could see cannabis growing from the backyard. But here's the thing, cannabis has just become legalized for recreational as well as for medicinal purposes. So while they were raiding me, down the street from my house, a brand new dispensary from an out-of-state owner was being opened up, right? So they could capitalize on being able to capitalize on the plant. Me, on the other hand, at the same time, my wife was going through brain cancer, and so she also needed medicine. I needed medicine for myself because I was hit by a tractor trailer when I was 19 years old. 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8, 9 of my discs are fused together. It's a miracle that I can still walk, can lift, and do anything else that I need to do. And the plan has been there since I was literally got put together. I had the opportunity to become an oxy head or someone addicted to opiate crisis. Instead, I went to cannabis. And I also have a book on detoxing from cannabis using opiate, from opiates using cannabis. So I know exactly what is needed. I was also in 2000 in San Francisco in the birth of when cannabis started coming around recreational as well as for medical reasons. So I've been there and I've done it all. But the problem is that I see what the state is so greedy, and the state wants to capitalize on the plant so badly that they want to lock up anybody. But here's the biggest issue that I also see. If you can drive 30 minutes away, and there's a brand new dispensary called INSA, INSA, everyone's heard it. It's opened up in Springfield first, and they opened up in Connecticut, right? Okay, I can buy the same ounce of weed in Springfield, Massachusetts for $75. I go into Hartford, now I'm paying $400. The problem is not black market. The problem is the market itself. If there's no state-by-state regulation and price being able to do that, it's a race to the bottom. Massachusetts already shown the fact that they can produce cannabis at a lower cost, and in 5 minutes have us drive right up there. It's going to be quicker for me to go over it here than I am to go to Danbury. And the best part is I'm going to save myself $500. So I don't even need the black market anymore. So then when I think about how I expect to grow, my mother loves cannabis, but yet she's disabled. I think about all the disabled people out there who cannot grow cannabis themselves, but don't want to end up having to go to the store or being forced to use their food stamp money or any other money that they have that the government's given them, because a lot of people on disability are on assisted living and have stuff with the state and get paid that way. So now they're using their hard-earned money instead of something they could normally grow at home or a caregiver could grow for them. Now they're being forced to be using their money to spend it into a place. And so it's literally a race for the state to be able to capitalize and give money back to state owners and business owners who are owning cannabis plants like if it's their job. They should honestly tax it like if it was a tomato plant, you can grow it outside. Why can't tomatoes be taxed the same exact way? And just because they say that you can get high, I'm 100% in favor of them being able to lock people up and for being able to say, hey, you're driving and you're smoking weed. You should not be driving and smoking weed. You have a house for that. You have an apartment for that. That's not needed. But in the meantime, locking up for someone just growing it in their house is honestly not needed at this point. So that's what I'm going to say, and if there's anything else needed or if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to talk about this further, but thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Luke.
you.
We're so happy you're here. We're happy you're not incarcerated over cannabis plants. You know, I think that you had some assist with, going through the court system, and not everybody has the ability to have those resources or those allies stand next to them.
I'll say one thing. If it wasn't for the CT Cannabis Warriors Coalition, I would not have a lawyer. They found me a lawyer that day, and that lawyer honestly worked pro bono and became one of my best friends. So thank you.
And that's what the community is about, right? So that's why we need to have a cohesive community. When we hear these conversations come up about enforcement, about task forces, about the allocation of funds for greater enforcement, we really have to stand together as a community to protect one another, to make sure that people aren't falling by the wayside, that don't have those resources and those supports that some of us have, right? So I myself was also arrested for cannabis. I was stalked, humiliated, harassed. My door was kicked in. My son lived in fear. So for me, this issue of enforcement is extremely personal, right? I'm not a violent person. I had been diagnosed early on in life with cannabis use disorder, which I was self-medicating to treat my trauma from traumatic situations that I'd gone through. And then magically, once I got my medical cannabis card, I was no longer afflicted with that condition. I was able to then gain employment within the legal medical cannabis system. I was able to help hundreds and hundreds of patients gain access to that medical system. And, I've made so many friends and so many allies and people who are like family to me. And I watched as those people still kind of lived under that stigma, still lived under that fear. People still had so much, fear and anxiety and shame around using cannabis, even if they were in such great need for it, even if they were recovering from opiate addiction or adult, opiate use disorder. And we're trying to get better. The shame was very real, and the shame was there, and the fear was there that they would get caught or that their family members would find out and they would shame them. And so, my hope is in bringing the community together and being visible and being vocal and helping to shape these policies that people start to feel more comfortable in their choice to choose cannabis, right? And they're choosing cannabis. And the harm reduction and, living freely. I think it's important that we stick together because people very easily can fall by the wayside that don't have those resources. I have concern for our medical program. I have concern for our medical patients. I have concern for just consumers as a whole. I have concern for people who have spent years and years in prison for cannabis that are not being included in the conversation. So definitely grateful to be here and also not incarcerated over a plan. And I'm grateful that you're all here by my side, and hopefully this conversation will start. We also have Aaron Romano with us, who actually he was my lawyer and many other in this room's lawyer. Is he online? let's bring Aaron in. So Aaron is a criminal attorney in the state of Connecticut. He's handled my case as well as many other cases in the state for people who were caught with cannabis and were being put through the ringer. So I want to give him a shout out and bring him into the conversation when he's ready.
Yes.
Hey, Aaron.
Aaron.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hey.
It's a pleasure to be here. And I'm so glad that we are at this point where we can have a conversation in the legislative office building about legalization. When I was a kid, I remember having a conversation with some friends of mine. I was about 16 years old, and we were positing whether or not cannabis would ever be legal. And I said, absolutely not, man, never. And here we are. So it's a big step in the right direction. And thank you very much, Christina, for putting this on.
Thank you so much, Aaron, for being here, and for everything you've done for our community. When stuff hits the fan, or when a patient calls me or a consumer calls me and they're dealing with legal issues, or we're protesting and we run into the police, which has happened before, Aaron is my first phone call, and he always picks up the phone. So I would definitely want to show gratitude for him and for always being there, and thank you for being a part of the conversation. So for that panel, I'm not sure that we have Travis here, but Travis Cullen is a advocate who works on a federal level, helping to try to get federal prisoners freed from prison. I did want to bring him into this conversation, but I know that he is getting ready for a day of unity in Washington, D.C., so he may not be available. But I do want to give him his flowers and let him know that we are all standing behind him in getting these federal pot prisoners free. And we hope that our hearts are with him, and we hope that he continues to do the work that he does, and we do appreciate and see that. Jason Blakesley also is not here yet, but he will be here later in the day to talk about his experience. But I also want to bring Cody into the conversation as well. I think Cody's experienced some hardship with enforcement, so I just want to make sure we talk to everybody who's gone through that. Thank you, Cody.
Oh yeah, how you doing? Thank you, Christina. Thank you for putting on this forum. Thank you for our representatives for attending this with us too, and just listening. My name is Cody. I own Cannabis Connection Delivery Service here in the state. I'm a legal cannabis delivery operator. We are the Uber of cannabis here in Connecticut. We service medical and recreational. And I can give you horror stories about starting this business over the course of the last 2 years, but I'm not going to go into that right now, because that's a conversation for another day. But what I would like to touch on, it's been a struggle. We may have about 60 or so dispensaries that are open. There's 3 delivery operators. It's not because it's profitable. It's not because it's very hard. You know what I mean? And the biggest thing for me is the providing access to cannabis for medicinal marijuana patients. We see it each day. We service patients that are homebound each day. It's not just the individual that wants convenience and doesn't want to drive anywhere. It goes much further than that. And when you show up to a house, I still do deliveries. I still show up. I still see patients that can't leave the house. I still help patients sit down because they can't stand up at certain instances, or help them with their groceries if it happens to be the time that I show up there. And seeing the patients that are suffering, right, that they utilize delivery because they have no other way to access this medicine, that does help. And it's clearly a better alternative to what our doctors at times prescribe people in these conditions. So I do feel very strongly about it. And it's very troubling to see patients that are homebound that have concerns about our medical program here in the state of Connecticut, okay? And they can't show up to public forums. They can't go to public hearings. They can't come to community forums. They are homebound, sitting in their home right now. It's troubling because we as a company, we see it each day. Aside from that, the regulations that are being presented here during this session, they're just going to add to those corporations that are here in the state, and they're not going anywhere. And I'll partner with some of them. It's just what we have to do, given the way our license is structured. But I would just urge our legislators to look closely at the regulations that are being proposed this session and look at what that could potentially do to the smaller operators that are in the state, that do exist aside from the big 4, right? Or maybe some others, but it does exist, right? And we can't overlook that, and we can't cater. We shouldn't be catering to certain individuals of this industry because they have big backers or from wherever they're from or wherever they originate from, right? We really need to put emphasis on what regulations are going to help further this program, especially the medical aspect of it, given the fact that so many patients are suffering. I had a patient call me yesterday, 65 years old. Cody, I bought a product and then I looked up the testing and I saw it was high metal content. He says, I threw it away. I wouldn't even give it to anyone. Really? That's a crazy. Well, what can I possibly offer that patient? Right? Direct them to go elsewhere or something. We're at a point where things need to change, and we would not have a program. We wouldn't have a recreational program if it wasn't for medical. But why is medical being overlooked? That's a big concern, especially when I'm going into the field and I'm seeing the individuals that are suffering. So I just want to be able to emphasize on we need to do better, right? We need to do better in terms of creating an equitable industry for the operators that are involved. And we need to do better for our medical patients that rely on this program. I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you so much, Cody. And I think all these things really tie together, right? So, when we look at things like enforcement and equity, right, it's not equitable for medical cannabis patients in our state. They're not getting their needs met. They were definitely thrown by the wayside if they ever were a forethought at any point in time. When adult use came in, those patients definitely got the shaft. When we talk equity and we talk enforcement, I think they all really kind of tie together, right? Because if the needs of the medical patients in the state of Connecticut were being met by the infrastructure that's currently provided, I think we wouldn't see a lot of the patients or consumers having to kind of go outside of the realm of that, right? If the state of Connecticut was meeting the needs of the patients in our state, we wouldn't have a need for greater enforcement. We wouldn't have a need for these patients to go outside of that framework to get what they need. We wouldn't have a need for caregivers like myself and others to put themselves at risks and in harm's way to be able to provide for these people who are just suffering and in need. And a lot of these folks are the same people that have been suffering before Prohibition ended in Connecticut. And so, this is just kind of like a continuance of those hardships, a continuance of, the war on cannabis and the war on people in our communities. And that's so, like I said, it does tie into equity. That is our next portion of our conversation, where we're going to talk about equity and what equity really truly means. I think, what does an equitable industry look like? Have equity funds and programs really been helping the people that they were intended to support? What are the barriers there? What are the hardships that individuals who are in the industry who did find a way in, that are facing? I think the very first part of that conversation we need to have is, where's the equity in a lottery overall, right? So they got it wrong from the very day one. When you start with something like a lottery to be able to enter into an equity license, when you have things like you need to partner with these large corporations to even have an opportunity to even get on your feet in this industry, the equity is really not real. It's really about profits. So I want to, Cody being a part of that industry, he also explained to me that he did apply for an entered the equity lottery, but just happened to fall under the category of a regular lottery winner. But ultimately, it's just not equitable enough. People who are arrested, people who are incarcerated are not included in the definition of equity. From the time that we legalized cannabis in the state of Connecticut, our governor made it very clear that he did not want those individuals who were arrested, incarcerated, and actually suffered from the war on cannabis to be included in that definition, and actually threatened to veto that bill. I'm not sure that we're in a good place with equity in the state of Connecticut, and I do think we have a lot of work to do as we move forward with policy. I would like to see more people brought into that conversation who've actually been incarcerated and arrested and had their children taken, and they're lost so much. So on this panel, I would like to include Ivelisse Correa, Joseph Achatulo, Cody Richard, and I have myself, but I want to include everybody in that conversation because that's what equity is. So I'm going to open the floor for that conversation. I'd like to talk with Anderson about equity and kind of how you feel about that too.
Great. You felt me chomping at the bit, huh? Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, afternoon, everyone. My name is Anderson Curtis. I'm the son of Albert and Rita Curtis, and I say that because, without them, I would not be sitting in front of you here today. Those are my parents who made sure they brought me back to the values that they raised me with. They were my real reentry coaches, and they still are. I remember I took my father, my mother out to dinner before my father passed away, God rest his soul. I said, Dad, I'm so glad I could listen now. Da, da, da. He looked at me, he said, guess what? I said, what? He goes, I'm not effing done yet. Right? And so, he still talks to me. So let's get down to it. Like, the word equity, I'm 62 years old. I'm as old as the Voting Rights Act. Right? Let's put this in perspective, okay? I got arrested in the 90s. Came out of incarceration 6 times over 20 years, in and out, last one 9 months. Coming out of 07, going to Gateway to become a licensed practicing nurse until what? I hit a collateral consequence. Bang. You're never going to get a license, Anderson. Had to shift to addiction counseling, right? And so continue to grind, even with that, very erratic employment. So erratic that I couldn't pay the final $800 to get my associate's degree until 2015. I completed the education requirements in 2009, right? So, standing in front of you today, I was a part of the Cultural Equity Plan in New Haven, and in that launch, I talked about what I know. I don't know equity. I know inequity. That's been my experience with it. Just like we say the criminal legal system, because we did not experience any justice in that system, because it's just been us. So with this whole social equity, let's go back to the policy where the Social Equity Council was created, right? You're talking about freeing people for cannabis, right? Let's free the money. Let's free up that money, right? That the Social Equity Council has yet to bring to those communities that were impacted by the war on drugs, right? Because we're not even deemed to get the money directly. We got to go through a pass-through organization, right? Why is it so difficult to connect the dots, right? Why are our children struggling in schools that are crumbling? We got over $30 million sitting in the fund. All right? So, being here at the Capitol, I've learned you could be right or you could be effective, right? And every policy is connected to what? A fiscal note, right? And so how do we get this money into the hands of the people who, I'm not going to say deserve it, but it could kind of level the playing field, right? Because I need a crate. You all know the picture where everybody's behind the fence and little kids on, he ain't got no crate. That's me. I ain't got no crate. She ain't got no crate, right? So how do we get to the crate, right? How do we create a system where there's not people coming in from out of state, just like with the housing, and taking advantage, right? How do we protect what we got? And so we have to do that together because what? The word community, let's not forget about that part, right? That social equity thing was about for communities impacted. I walk by it every day. Every day. And it's not getting any prettier. It's not. And so, this is not a game, right? But see, we're here to bring what? Our reality into this process, right? Because it's our job, it's incumbent upon us to let them see how we live, to bring them a window into our life so that we can begin to what? Talk about what's really going on. Because they're going to talk about what they want to talk about. Trust me, And so when cannabis was made legal, I remember that there was also some expungements that happened. All right? All the cannabis-related crimes were expunged at the same time cannabis retail sales were made legal. Do you think that was a coincidence? Right? And so there's a game played way above our heads, y'all. Right? But see, we have to learn what we know, right? Because I want to talk about another distance, the distance this young lady right here My friend right here, Christina, right? She talked about she's usually outside. We're in the parking lot, but she's in the building now, y'all. Let's give it up for Christina. Because this is our house, right? And this is the growth she's made as an advocate. I supported her from day one. Me and Gus went out to God knows where we go, Vernon, 7 years ago. Gus is like, what? I'm like, yeah, let's go to Parents for Pancake Breakfast. All I heard was pancakes. You know what I mean? I'm hungry, you know? But anyway, I got to know her. I got to know this lady right behind me right here. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, look at us today. Together we can do more, y'all, right? But we have to bring our truth, our experience, because what? At Smart Justice, we talk about your experience is what? Your power. We need more people in this building to talk about what they've been through, whether they're relitigating it or whatever they are. They have an opportunity to talk about it, right? But let's get to the money. Let's get to what's really going to solve it, because, you know, we live in Connecticut. It's not cheap to live here. It's not cheap. Right? But we all deserve a shot at that crate. So I want you all to think about what it's going to take for you to get your crate and get up so you can see over the fence, so you can begin to get in the game, come to the Capitol. Let's make some noise. I love you guys.
And I think we're a little bit ahead of time, so I want to really kind of wrap these two issues together, right? So equity and enforcement. We know that enforcement is utilized in certain areas a lot more. A lot of laws are selectively enforced on certain people, and that's not equity, right? More black and brown individuals go to prison or get arrested for cannabis than in communities where, they're probably walking around with much harder drugs, doing much worse things. But things are very selectively enforced, and that's a big part of the concern as we move forward. We have bills that are out, HB 7181, which would introduce a new cannabis and hemp task force where they would municipalize or deputize municipal police and allow them to basically move with immunity, and would include, funds being allocated for enforcement. So, I do want to go over and kind of keep this panel open as far as equity and enforcement. We are a little ahead of time, so I think kind of rolling those two things together and continuing the conversation with a couple of questions and kind of everybody being included in that conversation is important. So is there anybody else who would like to speak on this? Evilise?
I come from a disproportionately impacted community. And cannabis being legalized really didn't make a difference. There have been some funds that have gone to some great nonprofits, and then there's been a whole bunch of waste. They're still raiding houses. They're still pulling people over for cannabis. And the state of Connecticut will say that, people need training. They have to learn. They need regulations. They should learn how to start a business. And the pathway is so inequitable. And that's all a farce, because if black and brown people couldn't create cannabis businesses, the ATF would have a really hard time, because that's, a good chunk of their work right there. And all these drug task force wouldn't exist. There wouldn't be narcotics divisions all over the place trying to shut down black and brown owned businesses. And it's been such frustration that instead of trying to cooperate with these people and bring them into the daylight, into a regulated structure, and working with them in an equitable manner, I have to partner with someone who's rich, someone who probably wasn't impacted. There are no 100% black or brown owned dispensaries in the state of Connecticut from someone who grew up in an inner city. And that will continue to be the case. there's news articles right now about equity applicants attempting to sell their stake, something that we said would happen years ago. And they're complaining now because they need to sell their stake. They're bleeding money. And even in the regulated marketplace, they've done so much and they're so greedy that people who just wanted to make some money are falling into debt. And it's frustrating because any tax dollars used on these expensive dispensaries are going back into kicking down doors, something that we were supposed to stop by now.
So I think when the equity thing started to go wrong too was when they switched, when Lamont said he would veto the bill, and they switched from people who were arrested for it to the DIA areas. But the really thing that was alarming to me at the time was they raised the what your income could be to $250,000 a year. And at that point I said, oh God, the whole thing was taken over by an elite, the elite upper class. And they came in and just, you have guys like Alan from LAZ Parking who have like these equity licenses that these are rich, powerful men who, white men who potentially are in it to just take over the industry on top of it. So now you have equity applicants who are supposed to get a crate who are coming in and just looking to dominate. So, I think that was the most alarming thing about the equity was when I saw them raise that income to $250,000. Because honestly, in my opinion, it should have been kept down somewhere around like 50,000.
Does anybody at this panel know anybody who makes 250,000?
The answer is no.
And I had felt at that part that was for Ned Lamont to get his friends in them licensed, and it bothered me, and if you look back now at the people who are getting licensed, a lot of those people are cronies of big politicos. So, it is very disturbing to be someone who deserves equity to watch that given away to the rich upper class.
Something that really bothers me is back in 2020, William Tong promised to stand with the Black and brown community after the death of George Floyd. And part of that is an equitable drug policy. And instead, I see TikTok videos of William Tong conducting raids for the mayor of Stamford to protect her husband's business interests, because the mayor of Stamford's husband is a former Republican state rep who was able to gain an equity license as a white Cuban unaffected by the war on drugs.
You know what I'm still kind of lost on about these equity licenses and these licenses in general is how are they going to enforce other states from lowering their costs of their products when you want to only include certain people getting licenses? I honestly see cannabis as a race to the bottom. If I would not want to be a business owner of cannabis, honestly, in the state of Connecticut, it's maybe protected, but every other state, Massachusetts, Maine, Vermont, Colorado, have seen what happens at the end game when you give cannabis to literally making money out of it. You end up going broke. So literally all of these growers, all of these people who are investing millions of dollars, the only way that they can honestly lock in is making sure that everyone gets locked out by putting everyone else in jail for being able to sell something that they can honestly monopolize. But you can't monopolize other states. So once again, I laugh at the people who are getting in this industry. Good luck with eighths going down to $7 prices, having your soil being so cheap that you can't afford to grow it anymore, and just seeing look at the country of Canada. It was all legalized, and then it was went broke, and then their cannabis industry has ceased to exist from this point on. All the cannabis stocks that you people invested in are worthless, useless. So instead of making sure that we can monopolize it, maybe we should unlock the keys to it and then give the people back the plant.
I mean, it is nature, right? It does grow in the ground, right? And I also, I just don't want to lose complete track. I think we still have Aaron Romano online, who is an attorney, and I want to make sure that, if he has additional stuff he'd like to add or, things he'd like to address, I want to make sure that he knows the floor is still open for him. And then also, there are some extra seats up here, so if there are people that want to be more included in the conversation, please feel free to come up and take an open seat and include yourself in the conversation, being mindful. Lou.
Hello. I want to add on to something that was touched on both by Joseph and the gentleman who was sitting over there. His name was Anderson, I believe. Yeah. There's power in being here, but here is not the only place where the things that we're talking about happen. Just last week, myself, Christina, and Josiah testified at a planning and zoning hearing where a former commissioner of the Department of Consumer Protection, who is the state's cannabis regulator, was attempting to get approval on an application that was funded in part by $2.5 million of American Rescue Plan funds that were earmarked for a grocery store in a food desert for hungry people who live there, who need the food and don't have a convenient way to get food. And thought because of status, wealth, power, insider knowledge of having orchestrated the entire regulator for years, that it would just be overlooked to quietly pivot from a grocery store to a retail cannabis location. The people who serve on these municipal boards don't really follow any of this at all. It's up to us to bring it to them and to make sure that they understand what's happening and how certain individuals are gaming the system, as has been said a few times already, to get an unfair advantage. To your point exactly, the head of Green Thumb, Ben Kovler, whatever his name is, said repeatedly that his entire business model is inherited from Warren Buffett, building a moat around the business, preventing competition because you know you can't compete. You certainly can't compete on quality, and you don't want to compete on price, which is why we still have such strong regulatory capture here in part, is to maintain this fantastical notion of the $60 eighth and you know, these astronomical prices for quality that patients who bother to go and look at the certificate of analysis, as Cody said, are throwing out without even consuming. So I say all that to say it's a lot to ask to stay on top of all of this, to know when these hearings are happening, to know which folks are trying to, you know, slip one past the goalie, so to speak. And the best thing that I think we can all do is to remain in contact and communication about these things and keep eyes open and keep eyes on them, because they're getting scared. They're getting upset and they're getting very anxious. And I'm sure what's happening here today is contributing to that. And that makes me very happy.
Thank you very much. And yes, and so I think, you know, we do all need to be in communication. We need to be paying attention to what's going on in our own communities closer to home. I think a big part of the reason why that, you know, that doesn't happen a lot, I think one of the parts of that isn't just the lack of knowledge that's happening, but the fear and the stigma, right? I have to live in this town. I'm going to go show my face at this town meeting and put myself right there on Front Street. And I don't know what the potential impact of that will be for myself, my children, my job, my livelihood, and my neighbors. So, you know, I think there's a combination of those things. And that's why I think it's important that people that can be visible, are very vocal. People who are comfortable doing that, speak for the voiceless, is is tremendous. That's tremendous service to your community and your people. I see Mike joined us at the panel, and I'm super grateful for that. Welcome, Mike.
Thank you. Thanks. Hey, everybody. I'm Mike Goodenough. Most of you know me. We seem to be at the point where we're discussing the business of cannabis. I need to really make sure everybody understands this concept of a race to the bottom. Every commodity becomes commoditized, and it always becomes less and less in its total cost. But the problem is we're growing in laboratories. We're paying for every environmental variable within that space. We are consuming huge amounts of electricity. We are not using the sun. We are not growing outdoors. We are not practicing the farming of what brought this plant to our country at the end of the day. This is why the cost is so absurd. People don't understand the business of what cannabis is. When you go into this with a $3 to $6 million plan, your run the business costs don't have anything to do with your concerns. But when you make $1 million in a year and your run the business costs are $500,000 and you have to pay $500,000 to make that $500,000, you're going to go bankrupt. It is about understanding business and a small business model to mid-size to enterprise class business. We all want to knock the big business right now. The reality is they're acting like a corporation, just like any other corporation that we currently pay and serve today. They will be a part of this dynamic. What we're missing, and we shouldn't be distracted by focusing on that top tier, is the lower tier. Us, the community being able to grow actually for patients, being able to bring a different grade of product. As a farmer, I have a grade A, I have a grade A, a grade B, and a grade C product. They all have placement in the market. It is my job as a business owner to make sure that they get to all three outlets. We are constricted to one singular outlet right now. And so from a business perspective, people need to be taught the fundamentals of business to succeed in this. They have to be able to have an outlet for that. And these aren't questions that are hard to solve. We do this in every other vertical and every other industry that's out there right now. These answers are simple. People who are doing deliveries in the concept of what you should have money being thrown at you by the state to help support you for the value of what you bring. For other folks that have to go find money and stand on their own as equity joint, it's ludicrous. They should have access to the money to be able to open the business and be able to run it for 3 freaking years. Not be scared that the day that they open it, they're not going to have product on their shelves. We need diversity in the products that are hitting our market right now to these dispensaries and these newer businesses. And that's what we need to be really focused on. We don't need to be focused on the bigs. The bigs are corporations, and they will always be a corporation, and they will always dominate because they have the money to dominate. We as an industry support one another. We as a business support one another. You cannot beat the unity of a community in any way, shape, or form. And so we need to be able to rise up and be competitive in this market. We are what is missing in our free market in this state.
Yeah.
And I think, thank you so much, Michael. And I think that's important to remember too, right? Support the community that supports you. If you see these big corporations coming in, moving in, making money, but not, doing anything for your community, not allowing us to put flyers for this forum in their lobby, those aren't people that we want to support. And included within business, I think it's important also to remember that there was an infrastructure, a market, a community, a culture that was built here far, far before any regulation, any legalization was even a part of the conversation. While people were still being thrown into jail cells to basically die life sentences for nonviolent crimes, there was a market that existed. There was a culture, there was a community, there was a network that was built under the hardship of prohibition that I think we forget exists, at least on that scale, right? We may not be business people, but we are compassionate people. We're community-centered people, and all we want to do is help the people that are in need around us. Critical community services.
So one thing that I wanted to address with what you just said, and I agree, of everything you said, is that it's become a David and Goliath situation, right? So everyone here, if we had our way, would all be caretakers, be caregivers, and be able to grow the plant and be able to distribute it the way that we felt and we saw fit. But the reality is that the owners of these big ass dispensary companies are saying, no, you can't distribute that plant. Unless you come over here and you buy our eighth from us, you can't give that eighth out to anyone else. That's our eighth that you only have to be able to dictate. So it's until these owners of these companies come together and say, hey, listen, stop being so greedy, release the hold of the medical area, and we're more than happy to oblige. But the reality is that the medical and the recreational is still locked into one. And until the Goliath wants to give away the power of the medical, we're going to be out there fighting against the big corporations, fighting them tooth and nail, because they're the ones who are not letting go of even medical. So until they back down, why should we back down?
All right. So, we still do have some time to talk about equity and enforcement before we move on. We still do have some time to talk about equity enforcement before we move on. I want to take a little time to introduce additional members of the panel. I'm very grateful for Kevnisha to be here today. She came a long way, and she does a lot for our community. I think she is very familiar with the trauma that comes with cannabis arrests and the stigma that's related to that, and how people feel and as they use cannabis and that stigma. So I'd like you to introduce yourself. We're really grateful for having you today.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, brother. So my name is Kevnisha, and yeah, I have been a licensed therapist for about 15 years now. And so the last 7 years, I have the privilege to work with a lot of medical patients who choose to use cannabis for their mental health. And I do what I do because the sound of a mother's cry really breaks my heart, and those are the stories that I hear. Did I get cut off? Oh, thank you. So April is Autism Awareness Month, and I don't know if a lot of people know, but autism is a qualifying condition for medical marijuana certification, just not for children. So, just so we're clear, the average onset of an autism diagnosis is the age of 5. So the fact that children cannot qualify for a certification certainly is a disservice. But a couple weeks ago, I got a call from a mom, and she is literally crying in the phone. So I have the consultation with her because, again, my heart broke, and I understood how really desperate she was for some direction. And so her story is she has a 16-year-old daughter who has recently been diagnosed with autism. So for context, it is really hard to get an evaluation for autism, especially if you look like me, especially if you have husky. It is really hard because what happens to little black girls and boys who do struggle with autism is they're usually defined as defiant or resistant or aggressive. So they unfortunately go years and years without the treatment that they need. And in this case, this mother was going through that exact thing, to where her daughter had been hospitalized multiple times. She has been cutting. She engages in a lot of self-harm behavior. She's currently in a therapeutic school, and the mother has tried psychiatric medications over and over and over again, like many other people, with not a lot of symptom relief. And so she wanted to explore cannabis, and it was hard because, again, while her daughter has the autism diagnosis, she certainly didn't have the money to pay for the medical marijuana certification, but nor could she actually get it because her daughter is 16. So here we are caught in this really awkward place because the mother was in deep, deep fear that if I let my daughter use cannabis and DCF is in our lives, will she now be incarcerated, or will I now be incarcerated? And so these are the stories. I think, the business part of it, all of that is great. And of course, I'm down for the equity. But I think we forget about the people. We forget about the patients and the people and the children that are suffering because we're in a mental health crisis. It's bad. And therapists are being expected to solve the mental health crisis, and I'm here to say we can't do it by ourselves. Western medicine certainly isn't supporting real mental health relief. So I really want to be here to emphasize how important the medical program is and how we can make it more accessible. But even before that, we need the education. Like we're giving it away and people aren't educated in it. I meet therapists and doctors all the time who have no idea about cannabis. School teachers have no idea what to do if a child overdoses on cannabis, and we're all just sitting back watching it happen rather than creating these preventative strategies, so we're not doing what we had to do for the opiate crisis and respond from a reactionary standpoint. But clearly I can keep going, but I'm really glad to be here and to have this conversation because it's important, especially again for the mental health community, because people are really struggling, especially the children.
Thank you, Kevnisha. Yes, I absolutely agree. I think a lot of times we forget about how much the children are suffering, how our lack of outreach and education into the community is affecting families and how they deal with crisis. And, you know, cannabis can absolutely be one of those healing tools, I think. And when it comes to, you know, risk versus reward, out of the options that are out there, I absolutely support that, and I stand with you in that. And we'll never forget about the patients, we'll never forget about the families in crisis. If there's anything that we can do to help support you and your mission, we're always here for you. So thank you so much for being here. And that is a good point to make, right? This lack of education has led us to where we are now, the lack of outreach. There's been so much emphasis on enforcement and, stigmatizing it and keeping it out of the hands of kids and, basically shaming people that are using it still. Meanwhile, they'll sell you a $60 eighth, but ultimately you're still kind of looked at as like lesser than or a bad guy, or, you should feel bad about yourself. And I think it's our job as a community and as mental health professionals and advocates and allies and legislators to communicate to those people in those communities and in those families that it's okay. It's okay to use cannabis. It's okay to choose cannabis. It's okay to not know what to do. It's okay to be in crisis and reach out for help and, not be ashamed. So we're super grateful for the work you do. We're also very grateful for harm reduction in cannabis. And we have Melissa Mychek here, who has founded The Movement, which is an organization centered around harm reduction. And I think it's good for you to introduce yourself, Melissa.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Melissa Majak. I am the president of The Movement. It's Teach, Hope, Elevate Movement. It's a recovery advocacy group. It is a harm reduction organization. It is a addiction awareness education group. It is so many different things, just as I am as well. And as I'm hearing everybody talking and I look, trying to fill out the paper for which piece of this kind of thing I fit in, I'd say I have a lot to say about a lot of different things. And the main reason why I'm here is because recovery and harm reduction is my passion, and mental health and finding ways to support healing, whatever that looks like for each individual person is, it's my passion. And most often people who have addiction issues and or mental health issues are stigmatized and looked down upon and not included in things. And, peer support and peer recovery work is also something that I'm passionate about. I am a drug and alcohol counselor and clinical worker, but I also believe in peer support. And I think that includes making decisions. There's this thing that said, nothing about us without us, and people should not be having decisions made for them. A community involves everybody that's in it, whether or not you're providing, whether or not you're benefiting, whether or not you're funding, whether or not you're receiving. There's a seat for you at the table as part of the discussion, and there shouldn't be decisions made without involving the people that this affects. So that's why I'm here.
appreciate you so much, Melissa. I also want to take a minute to acknowledge Kimora Harrington in the building. She does wonderful
Yeah.
things for her community, and I am delighted to see her here today. You know, feel free to jump into the conversation, Kimora.
I really don't need to jump in the conversation. I'm going to tell you that Kevnisha is amazing, and I get to watch her education that happens in other states, and I wish my state could get its head out of its I'm going to act right. But what this woman can offer us, I'm very happy to see that. Melissa just spoke. Melissa's here doing great stuff. Josh is here. We've got a badass community doing great stuff. I love that this room is set up like a cipher. That, you know, that's not lost on me. But thank you for what you're doing, because this is what needs to happen. Our state still thinks of it like a drug. There's a whole bunch of people in this building who thinks the room is filled with a whole bunch of potheads who don't know what they're talking about. So these conversations need to keep happening, and I'm happy that we're talking about the ways that we can heal, because we need to heal. We need to heal our children. That has to happen, and I'm happy that it's almost 420, so that people can just make it clear that we also like to smoke weed because it's a whole lot of fun, and this is awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I still want to continue to introduce our panel. To my left here, we have Duncan Markovich. Duncan works with a wonderful CBD store out in Brantford. Is that right? And they were voted best in state many years in a row. He provides wonderful services to people in his community. Without him, I think a lot of those individuals would be lost and, you know, not have the same type of relief they have. So I want to give him his flowers as well and give him a moment to introduce himself and thank him for all the work he does in his community and with the people around him.
Thank you, Christina, and everybody for being here. I want to echo, well, my name is Duncan Markovich. I'm the owner and founder of Better Ways. We are a CBD store primarily, but we have always wanted to focus on education, and I want to echo my colleague Kevnisha about that. Education is the key to all of this, with our legislators, with the patients, with the regulators, with the brands. This is community driven since its inception, years before it was ever legalized, and that paradigm only ever grows when everybody understands what's happening. I use cannabis every day for pain management and nerve damage, sometimes some social anxiety as well. And the power of that plant, when it was shown to me in a therapeutic capacity, really opened my eyes to the need to make sure whoever was interested in this plant had as much true information about it, how it works with our bodies, the benefits, certainly the cautions. It's a very individualized experience. So as we all know, that's hard to quantify or always assess, but as a healing plant, it has a litany of possibilities. This plant's given me my life back, really truly, as it does with most of us, and I think that power alone is lost on the people making decisions who don't even use the plant, they might have heard about its benefits, but it doesn't impact them directly. And so with that, we've seen the rollout here in Connecticut. We've seen mega operators who have the money and the lobbyist power to drown us out effectively almost year after year. Thankfully, we have been doing great work. You know, that's not lost on us. This community continues to move forward, but we are now at a point where medical cannabis patients are going to dispensaries, whether it's medical only or hybrid, and there's nothing there. They don't know who the people are. They get walked up to a touch screen. There's no assessment. It's 15 minutes in and out, and it's replicating the pharmaceutical and big medicine, and we're losing people literally and figuratively in this process. We are empowering people with licensing that are hopeful to make a difference and to raise the power of this plant. and they're getting stifled with the minutia of finances and regulatory capture and people buying other people out when patients are suffering. At the end of the day, every single day patients are suffering. And the people that have the best knowledge, interest, dedication to this plant are getting shut out. Because, I mean, we have access to money, but it's whose money and how's it coming in and who got the handshake last year and who gets priority over who. We're making the worst meds in the country, and people are leaving in droves. I wonder, since this was all, you know, greenlit through the finance committee and not the Department of Health, but what are the numbers on how much money we've lost because of this infrastructure? How much money have we lost to other states, to disgruntled patients, to greedy megalomaniac companies that, I mean, if this, how many lives have we all of it
that could have been saved?
Right.
If I can just say one thing, I was a medical patient and I was giving to the program about $10,000 a year. So imagine if me, one person, lost, the state has lost $10,000 on me.
Right.
So how many more people?
So this feels like if the insurance industry were just starting and there were 10 companies and they're all C-minus bonds and they're underinsuring people, they're overcharging them, everybody knows it, and nothing's getting done. How is there no corporate ethics or accountability in an industry only operated by corporations?
How are we finding the same products from our biggest producers in the smoke shops?
How is it 2025 and we're still getting antipsychotics and antidepressants that give titties and cancer and seizures? Why are we still guinea pigging people in prisons instead of giving them health care and actual meds? Why aren't we giving cannabis to people that are in prison?
Yeah.
That's
So
why are we not using cannabis in prisons?
for me, and going back to what Kevnisha said, when the pandemic hit, I've had the honor and privilege to work with so many individuals, children, adults, the elderly, veterans, everything, every walk of life. So when the pandemic hit and social distancing was occurring and kids couldn't see their friends and the inner turmoil in the house and it was nuts. You know, being able to find a cannabis solution that had no THC for a minor with their primary doctor's permission and their parents' permission, and it was all on the level. You can't put a price on that. You can't quantify it's about peace of mind. You know, this and hope. This plant touches the body and the mind. If you're spiritual, the spirit for sure. And we are being so amazingly, like just on a scale I've never seen, we're being so disrespectful to this plant and the community it serves and the people that want to actually responsibly do this. And I really hope that something like this forum will continue. Christina, fellow Canna Warriors, thank you guys very much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Duncan, and thank you for helping all the people in your community and always being there as a wonderful resource and ally to the Canna Warriors, and for the people, you know, that you serve every day. Going into medical cannabis a little bit more, and I think, you know, we're going to finish up with some of these panels a little early, so it's going to be a good opportunity to kind of just bring everybody into the conversation. But I do want to go over to my friend and ally, Avery, who is a wonderful patient care specialist. She works every single day alongside patients. She witnesses every single day the hardship that they face and the avenues that they have to take to obtain their medicine. And, you know, it really kind of begs to ask, right, if cannabis is legal, why are so many patients still going without clean, safe, affordable access to reliable cannabis medicine? This is a plant that grows in the ground. So we're grateful for the work that Avery has done over the years and the work that she continues to do today. So Avery, take a moment to introduce yourself, dear.
Hello. Hello there. Thank you very much, Christina, for holding this forum today, and all of my other Canna warriors that I've worked alongside many, many years now as we've advocated and clawed our way into these rooms at public hearings, having our megaphones outside with rallies. It's really nice to be able to be heard in this discussion and actively listened to as you're sitting here. I really appreciate that. As we talk about more points of equitable patient access, and also with those that are formerly incarcerated and returned citizens. Up until adult use was legalized, they had an extra red tape of paying the state $100 a year for their chronic debilitating condition, whether it be PTSD or one of the other numerous conditions on the state's qualifying condition list for medical patients. They would have to pay this fee every single year to be able to access this medicine that was also consistently not affordable, or not exactly what they needed to access for their specific symptom management. I've served upwards of 4,000 patients in the last 6 years, I think. The numbers are fuzzy. I've been working with the CT Canna Warriors in this group before we knew what we were around 2016, and in different hearings and coming to this building and meeting with Connecticut Normal and helping to organize with those folks in the community and having consistent discussions with our people as often as we could to get our foot in the door to make changes happen, to improve the lives of people that absolutely need access to this plan. I have compiled a short list of comments from patients that obviously cannot be here today for any number of reasons. And a lot of these were also comments that I saw in perpetuity and consistent and similarities, as people have already mentioned, going to Massachusetts or being fined for different points of possession or gifting. So I'll read a couple of these comments if I can. The medical marijuana I can get at the dispensary is not enough. If I had more money, I'd buy all that I needed. My card expired because I couldn't remember how to go about recertification, and the state and dispensary didn't prompt or notify me in any way. I was busy homeschooling and caring for 3 children on my own. I have to limit what I access because I simply cannot afford to access the products that manage my everyday symptoms. I really enjoy discovering new things about myself that I never would have thought possible without the use of medical marijuana, and it has brought about a great change and sense of normalcy, helping to manage crippling anxiety from PTSD. They just want to access quality, affordable medicine, and be able to continue their healing journey without having to resort to finding less trustworthy and often shady suppliers when they can't find what they need at the dispensary. Patients have limited their selection not to what best treats their condition to manage their symptoms, but to what fits in their budget, not adjusting to whatever's available to them in this limited selection, as the dispensaries have shifted their model entirely towards a retail use market and profit driven, truly. It's been a shame to see that patient care has gone by the wayside in many of these facilities, whether they're hybrid or not. There's so many patients that struggle, and the products of the dispensary are too expensive. They can't afford this treatment. This treatment has been a game changer for their PTSD and making their life livable again. But so many MMP patients live on a limited disability income or face financial hardship in choosing between groceries or their medicine. Patients say, I won't be renewing as it has gotten extremely expensive and I cannot afford it. This is something I've heard over many, many years as the state of Connecticut's prices and availability has fluctuated, whether or not they were charging the $100 access for an annual card to the state. They could not afford what was available. And the state did not necessarily give dispensaries or corporations some form of mandate in how they could accommodate patients that are not able to afford this medicine. So some dispensaries were able to afford giving or allotted giving patients a product for $1 a month or a significant discount for a couple of products a month. But that is certainly nowhere near enough for someone that needs to use this medication every day, multiple times a day. Another patient says they use cannabis to treat their PTSD symptoms, anxiety, pain, and inflammation. And they've been buying on the street in between dispensary visits, but they'd prefer not to have to do that anymore, especially for those that are in substance use recovery that are using cannabis. Having to buy off the street is not necessarily a trusted caregiver or someone that we know in our community could be anyone that is also trying to push any other number of substances. And other patients say that they're not going to renew their card because Massachusetts has better prices and better quality. I heard this one consistently. I use a mix of different flowers to help with my anxiety, depression, insomnia-related PTSD. I cannot afford all of what I need from a dispensary, so I have to buy off the streets. I use my MMP card to treat chronic pain and was so pleased with the products I found at the dispensary, like CBD oil, CBD and THC oil, and mostly CBD or indica flowers. Though unfortunately, I have not seen the same access to those quality products since the adult use and recreational stores have opened. So these are just a couple of patients and a couple of emails that I've gone through. It really has gone dozens, if not hundreds, in the last couple of years. If patients continuously have issues with the state not hearing their struggle with access to this medicine, and the dispensaries not caring because they're still making money off of it. So, yes.
Thank you so much, Avery. I think I want to mention, too, that in the state of Connecticut, I think we only have just one medical cannabis only dispensary still existing. Everybody's either shifted to an adult use model or a hybrid model. And I give credit where credit is due. The hybrid model is still, something that's there for patients. But it's just not enough, right? The patients should have a dedicated space that is for them, where there are allotted products that they need. And I don't understand why we're not subsidizing these medical patients through the adult use system. To me, that just doesn't make sense. I think we fought, Avery, side by side for a compassionate like a compassion program on the state level from the very beginning of the medical program. We never got that. I don't even think they batted an eye when we would come with our petitions and our conversation about implementing a state level compassionate need program. And I think that's a big part of what we're missing, whereas in the community and the system that pre-existed legalization, it's just a given. You kick down, you help your people in need. There's no question about it, right? If somebody's in need and you got it and they need help, you help them. And you just aren't able to do that in the state. There's actually a rule that says you actually can't give anything away for free whatsoever, which is why you mentioned that, compassionate need program on the dispensary level. They would have to charge some amount of money for those products because the state just didn't want them giving away free cannabis. I don't know what that was about, but
I think too, with the medical program, I think it's become a lot less easy to operate in terms of feasible because they have a lot of extra friction in the medical program. Dispensaries have to have pharmacists on hand just to go get the product from the back. We are not, tailoring prescription cannabis to patients. We just have a pharmacist in there and they're basically the stock guy who's the only person in the building who's allowed to touch the cannabis. And I think these are, stigma-based policies that went into place in 2013, because it was to get the bill passed. But these are things that now have become almost a grift for pharmacists to have that you have to pay an extra $150,000 as a dispensary owner for your stock boy or your stock girl. And that's insane. I mean, our friend Louis Vega just got up and going with his dispensary and he's got a pharmacist in there. And I'm thinking to myself, how is this guy going to survive paying this, this salary? And then furthermore, as a pharmacist in that system, I would be lobbying to get rid of it, knowing it's sinking, business owners like that. But, Connecticut has a ton of friction at every level. And I feel like that is, if you look where the friction is, you'll probably find the grifters because that's where they make their money. And, that's something that we have to look at too as policymakers is, to get rid of some of this friction. You don't need a pharmacist in a dispensary. First of all, pharmacists aren't trained on marijuana at all. You should have community members or community elders in there, paying them to speak to patients coming in. They know so much more than some pharmacist just looking to get a big salary, and that probably doesn't even want to be there.
Go ahead.
I want to.
Go ahead.
So they don't know about the plant. They know nothing because when I went for my first intake, I was asking how could I service the weed on the terps. So what I wanted to know is how could I find the cannabis that they had in-house by the terp. So I wanted to know which plants had limonene, which had limon. And he says, well, you're way above us. We can't tell you that. And I said, well, why can't you tell me that? That's how I want to service, that's how I want to receive my flower.
Or they'll point to a poster with it.
And I want to pick it out that way. I want to pick it out what's going to help me physically for my ailment. I have severe Crohn's disease, severe ulcerative colitis. I have autoimmune disease. I've had severe cancer. I've had a lot of conditions. I've had a lot of surgeries. So cannabis is a really helpful thing. And when I was a patient, in the beginning, it was really helpful, but the pharmacist was nothing like he said, but somebody behind the thing that I saw once or twice, and yes, they knew who I was because I spent a lot of money. So if there were certain products that they knew I used, they would set those aside specifically for me. And then, like she said, they had a dollar program, which they did, but then I later found out each dispensary has a different dollar amount that they charge for the compassionate care. Some were $3, some were $10. Now, how can that be? If it's and it depends also if you're a small dispensary MSO or a large MSO. So if you order like $10,000 in MSO products, well, you get a lot better compassionate care products. If you sell only $500 worth of products, you get less compassionate care products. So in your dispensary, what you're looking for may never be on your compassionate care menu. And that is all due to nothing it all has to do with the money they earn, how much money, and what the dispensary does. So coming down to the patient, you have no say in just about anything. And half the time I would go in, I would talk to the bud tender. He couldn't tell me anything. Right. I could tell him which products they had, what they sold behind the counter, like whether it was like, oh, I know you have 710 batteries. They're right over here in this drawer right here. So how is me, the person going in, able to tell them that? They all sign non-disclosure agreements, so they can't speak to you. They all knew who I was. I was friends with all of them. When I would go in, I would talk to them. I would see them. I would talk about the different stuff, but they could never speak back to me. They could just look at me, and they would never say anything. I asked about the mold. The bud tender said, oh, I know nothing about that. I said, what do you mean you know nothing about that? I would ask about the remediation process. They said they knew nothing about that. I would ask the people in the waiting room, did they know about the remediation process? Other patients that were coming in, they knew nothing about that. And while I was there as a patient, I was actually poisoned by the state's medical program. I used to get caps by Theraplant. And one day I ingested some caps. I ate them. Well, I went back to get 2 more caps. Well, when I went to get them, one was brown, one was white. One smelled like Vicks. And when I called Theraplant and I brought them back to the dispensary, I immediately called Fine Fettle and I said, what's going on? They said, come back. I came back. I talked to Theraplant on the phone. They said, well, it's just a settling process. I said, well, how can white go to brown or brown go to white? I said, that doesn't make sense. And I said, these smell like Vicks. Theraplant said, well, I'm sorry, but that's normal. And I said, well, it kind of looks like Vicks too. Nah, that's normal. So I said, okay. So they took that batch back, gave me a new batch. So I was going along, ordering my caps, and all of a sudden they disappeared from the dispensary. So I asked the pharmacist, Debbie, I said, what's going on? Oh, well, they're not selling them anymore. And I said, what do you mean? She's like, call Theraplant. So I called Theraplant and I said, hey, I would like to know what's going on. The 200 milligram caps that I was receiving, you're no longer selling. Well, there's not a market for that. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, but for the last 2 years, the caps you have been receiving have been recycled oil. So kind of like you take a can, you smush it, and you bring it back and you make it something new. So for 2 years, I was receiving recycled oil that went bad, and they retested it and sold it back to me, not telling me they were selling me retested recycled oil.
And I think that brings us to a good point, Kayla, is that what's the recourse that patients have?
And
like
that
what,
was back in
who's
2020.
accountable, right?
And I have pictures, and I have a bottle, and I have everything
And
with
when
my
you reach
name
out,
on it.
when you reach out to the Department of Consumer Protection to try
You
to reach
fall
somebody,
on deaf ears,
how
and
does that go?
nothing happens.
I think
When
it's
I
important that we note that we have had patients over the years, even when we were only medical cannabis available in the state, that have reached out to the Department of Consumer Protection, whether it be for complaints, concerns, questions. They're facing legal trouble because of, the lack of clarity and the lack of education for these patients and consumers. DCF issues, they provided no advocacy, they provided no support, and in many cases, they just didn't return your phone call or your
They
email.
didn't return any phone calls. You would ask about the cannabis too that would smell like grandma's musty basement. And that's what I would tell my friends. I would say,
It's real.
hey, can you smell this? It smells like grandma's musty basement. They're like, oh, that's probably just the way it's grown.
It's
That's
real.
what we kinda
I'd
all
be
thought,
curious
because
I'd be curious to know how many of those TheraPlant executives at the time are now sitting on DCP with a job.
They probably are, because the last time that I was here, I spoke to somebody, the woman from DCP, and she said, oh, I'm sorry that happened, but there's no, we'll make sure this never happens again. It continues to happen. This was in 2020 I was complaining of these things. And now we're in 2025, 5 years later, and nothing has changed.
Here's
That's
something that
absolutely
I've
true.
often wondered, right? So if I go to a pharmacy and I get a prescription, right, and it's whatever prescription it is, and I go back the next month and I get a refill, right, am I going to expect a different prescription, or am I going to get the same prescription, right? Same, right? You think, right? So unlike cannabis, though, which is literally for medical reasons, every single month I have to judge what type of strain is going to be the best for this situation. Meaning, what strain do they grow this month that's going to replace last month's strain? So instead of treating it like medicinal purposes, they literally treat it like every single thing is new hype. Oh, we got this new strain. We got some Slurricane coming in. We got some Bubble Kush on that one. And I'm like, okay, well, what about my Granddaddy Purple? Oh, we don't carry that. We haven't grown that in about 6 more months. So what that pushes then is like, okay, well, you're giving me medicine, but the medicine is constantly evolving or changing rapidly. So nothing is going to be a hell of effective. So then I'm stuck to growing my own cannabis. But then I'm being enforced that I have to only grow X amount of limit for myself. And if it's in the summertime, then I can't grow it outdoors because that's illegal. But in the meantime, I can't go and get my medicinal cannabis that I would like the same strain to become the same exact every single time I buy it is no longer being able to be found. And then the biggest laugh on the wall is I love growing cannabis. I've done it for so long. I went to the Civic Center and there was a booth set up and this guy's there and it looks like a big machine. And I said, oh, what does that machine do? And I said, oh, it removes mold. I'm like, that's cool. So when I'm growing in my room and I'm in my lab and I have everything else, it'll take out the mold from the room. They're like, no. That's for after it's grown. I'm like, wait, so were you telling me to take my weed that I just grew and I run through there? Well, shouldn't I not have mold to begin with? Well, occasionally you'll run into situations where it has to be remediated. Well, what do you mean I'm remediating moldy-ass weed? Oh, yes. Oh, okay. I'm like, who buys this? Oh, TheraPlant.
Right.
A whole bunch of other big-name consumers in the state are using it right now
not
to
just in this
remediate
state,
weed. And that's when I
across the
learned.
country.
Yeah, and that's when I learned that instead of being able to come up with stuff that they couldn't be in the grow rooms to remove the mold, they would rather just have the mold on the product and then just remove it afterwards.
It's the size of the rooms.
Yeah.
And
They
it's
can't
literally,
manage it.
it's absolutely disgusting.
And
you
I
know.
and I think that was a big part of the reason why we had come up with the legislation and working with MJ and talking about caregivers and personalized caregivers and somebody who can grow specific strains for specific needs on a consistent basis, and somebody who knows these patients and works with them every day. I think a lot of that then falls onto the ears of the providers. We do have Gail Klein on the line as well, so I want to make sure we bring her into the conversation. Gail Klein is a provider who works with a wholly underserved population, people who are formerly incarcerated, coming home, getting their medical cannabis cards, people who, are financially challenged. She has a wonderful level of compassion that she provides to these patients and making sure that they get what they need. And she's always there to advocate for them and listen when the DCP is not. So hopefully we have her online and we can bring her into
I'm
the
right here.
conversation.
Hi.
Hey, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. So, yeah, I hear a lot of these complaints a lot of the time, and none of this, unfortunately, is unfamiliar to me. I hear frequently that people get very frustrated by not being able to find strains that have worked with them historically. And one of the biggest problems that I have heard from a number of people is that strains that they had become reliant on over years, such as the HH Red, which was a combination of CBD and THC, and Bianca, which was actually the same strain from a different grower, and many of the other combinations that would have been more medicinally inclined have sort of disappeared from the market entirely, leaving people to scramble to find solutions. And another issue that I've found is that just the consistency in products not being there really hurts the medical patients because they're looking for a specific host of terpenes and cannabinoids that are going to target their specific symptoms. And when they are no longer able to find those specific products, then they have to rethink things. And that opens them up to more possibilities of having side effects that they're not looking for from strains that they're trying to experiment to try to capture the same response. And another issue is, I'm a big fan of the lower dose range products being available for people in a consistent way that allows people to feel like, oh, you know what, I'm not going to accidentally get too high for this situation when I'm just trying to control my anxiety. So those products like the 5 milligram and 2.5 milligram microdosing tablets having disappeared from the market is something that I find to be really distressing because I have patients who rely on those and literally will take a quarter at a time sometimes just to maintain. So not having those products available, I think, is really hurting our medical patients.
Thank you so much, Gail. And I absolutely agree. And I think alongside of that, not having access, as needed to fresh cannabis material, right? So juicing for, issues within your body and to bring back balance absolutely has been beneficial. We've seen it in other states and stories of, children healing from epilepsy and cancer and all these different ailments, being able to utilize these freshly grown cannabis leaves. And we have never, not once, had access to that within our medical program. And not until October of 2021 have we had the ability for medical patients to actually grow a plant themselves. I think even in that case, right, people who are medical patients sometimes reside in federal funded housing. They're sometimes in situations where they're not able to grow their own cannabis and get the access to the things that they directly need. They might not even know what they need, right? It's not like it's an easy job to grow a cannabis plant, and it's not like it doesn't cost money or take up space or take energy. So, we're grateful for providers like Avery and Gail and Melissa and Kevinisha who are there to provide those supports and guidance and education and help bring people into the fold of what they need for their own wellness and being, and will help to advocate for them to get access to those things. I also want to introduce Josiah Chalet. Josiah helped us to create the language around the caregiver bill with the intention of providing patients that one-on-one care and that ability to get the things that they need just for them through a small provider who would be able to grow and provide those things to them. So Josiah, did you want to say anything while you're over there? I don't want to leave you out for sure.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I don't know if everyone noticed they cut our plant counts from 12 per household down to 3 for no reason, as we have a medical shortage already. So I asked the DCP, Avalon, can you explain to me how this helps medical patients, cutting our plant count from 12 to 3 in the home, and also having no projections for the amount of percentage of medication that they have to have for medical patients. Their plan right now, the DCP's plan to their new regulations for medical patients, is just to white label adult use cannabis as medical use cannabis, aka just throw medical patients their leftover scraps, throw a new label on it, and that's what we get. And they ignored a bill with 9 sponsors on it. That's very clearly needed. Works well in other states. Maine's the oldest medical program in the country. That's why we modeled it after it. It works well. It's like foolproof. The only thing screwing with Maine is the big corporations. And the DCP states concerns about diversion and blah blah blah, but people already are doing whatever they want at home. That's the reality. That's what I've said in my town and everywhere, is people are already doing whatever they want. If they're growing, they have 30 plants in their basement right now. You want to make a few bucks? Let us pay for a license for it to do it legally. It's not that complex. It's the greed is insane, and it's very simple fixes. So let's hope some people take their heads out of the sand sometime soon. I don't know. Yeah, that's about it.
Thank you so much, Josiah. Thank you for
And go
everything
outside.
and for all your support, putting this forum together and the outreach and everything that you could do, you have been doing. So we really appreciate that.
Thank
you know, yeah, the caregiver bill was definitely something born out of necessity. I think, you know, Josiah has been thinking of it for years as a patient himself, as patients ourselves, not getting our needs met. You know, and understanding that there's patients that are coming to us in this community for our support and our help and our assistance getting access to these products. And we don't want to be criminals anymore. We don't want to have to feel like, geez, if I share with my friend, is it going to be interpreted in the wrong way? Am I not gifting in the correct avenue? You know, and that can be really scary and cause and add to the trauma, and, you know, and that's not healing.
I do just want to add in too that I don't know if anybody else in here currently has their medical card. I do still have my medical card, and I received my email this week, you know, the general 420 email of hurry up and stock up on your medicine because the recreational people are going to buy it all up. And if you've got no money because it's the middle of the month, and, you know, if you're trying to be in recovery from substance use and you're worrying about living within your means and you're literally just trying to have enough to get by. You don't want to have to be, I remember when I was, you know, that day when I would wake up and beginning of the month and I would have, you know, dope sick and I'm trying to get my meds and it's like I got to stock up and get it all while I can. That type of, you know, behavior and mentality and feeling inside is something that I'm trying to recover from and not have to worry about. And like, you know, I have my card. I don't use Connecticut dispensaries at all. I've never had a need to because legacy market, honestly, like for real, the legacy market, as somebody else just said, is thriving in Connecticut. Y'all are not stopping us and in fact are driving us to continue doing this. And you know, my passion is helping people get what they need, and I'm not trying to, I didn't send out an email at the beginning of the month saying, hurry up and rack up because I'm running low. I made sure to tell people, if you need something this month, I got you, because you shouldn't have to go without, and it shouldn't be cost-based. So that's what I've got.
Well, we got to think of the hedge funds too, right? We have to make sure that they get off to a good start for the second quarter. Right. It's very important. You know, we've been talking about TheraPlant. There's a reason why when you look up the certificate of analysis for a TheraPlant product, that the name on that certificate is DXR Finance. Now, you might wonder, why is that? It's quite literally because TheraPlant is owned by a hedge fund, and their current CEO sat in this building just about a year ago, and told a whole room full of folks that we have the highest quality cannabis in Connecticut. And Duncan and I laughed because what else are you going to do? What else are you going to do in that situation? It's predatory, those emails about make sure you get in. They're preying on they think it's like typical marketing FOMO, but it's not. These are people's lives that they're playing with. And we've gotten to a point now where I'm personally a little bit offended that we don't have either of the co-chairs of general law in the room right now, or at least paying attention and listening to this, because we're at 11:59 p.m. right now on this session, and decisions are being made. They're not being made right here. They're being made elsewhere. And the people who are making those decisions absolutely need to be hearing all of what's being said in this room today. And it offends me on a deep level that we can't even count on just listening. Listen to us for 4 hours. It's not a big ask. It's not a big deal, you know? But it's going to go on like that. It's going to continue like that until they can't ignore it anymore. And the way that happens is when we continue to drive the sales down and we continue to push things in a populist direction and not making sure that the children of rich people are able to, keep their hedge funds alive. And, we can't offend any sensibilities. We can't offend the prohibitionist sensibilities. So it's time. It's time to stop playing nice. And I'll stop there.
Can I add a comment to that? Just
Sure.
really quickly. I think that people are leaving to go purchase in other areas because of this. It really is something that needs to be taken seriously.
That hearing, or it wasn't even a hearing, it was it was their lobbyist day, their news conference that they had for the chamber. I remember after that hearing showing that gentleman from TheraPlant upstairs in the hallway in this very building one of his company's COAs, and I had my thumb over what company it was from. And I said, I'm a little new to this. You said we have the safest products and the cleanest, and can you show me how to read this? And it had the mold count maxed out to 10 to the fourth, which is, again, a reminder for everybody. We have one of the highest allowable limits in the country, but we have a great medical program, according to DCP. And so that gentleman from TheraPlant looked at it, he goes, oh my God, that's alarming. What, there's too much mold in that. And I moved my thumb, I said, isn't this from you guys? And he promptly walked away. So even if they know, even with all this knowledge out there, we've been up here year after year after year, we see this sickening game. And at the end of the day, we want to help people with a plant. And you're ruining all of this for everybody over money and special interests. So for the people that are hearing this, that can make a difference, please help immediately. And for those of you that have been a part of this ridiculous circus, shame on you.
That's right. That's right. So I just want to jump in here for a minute because we got a lot of passion in the room, right? And so we are in a phase of the legislative session where it isn't time to play nice. Okay, we're about to go on the ropes and talk to legislators. Okay, so one of the takeaways, because I'm really excited. I got all these people in the room. I'm an organizer. It's like, what are we gonna do next? All right. So what I'm trying to say is, let's get a report out before the end of the day of our next steps as we unite together to lobby, right? Because I don't need you to know all the things about the bill, but I need you to do, my man, is to bring that passion you started out this thing with to the ropes when you can, right? And so, I've learned a lot of things. I'm ready too. I'm right there with you. I've learned a lot of things at the ACLU, but more importantly, what I know, I'm willing to share. Right? I'm willing to bring my strength, expertise, and knowledge of the building and the process to bear on this. Right? Because I'm going to be over there, and there's no reason why multiple things can't happen at one time. Right? So you guys have 5 days a week from now to the end of June, pretty much the end of May, to figure out when you can come back and join us. Right? It doesn't have to be for 4 hours, 2 hours, anytime you got, right? You can email me what you want to talk about, how you want to talk about it. I can help you out because I will make time for this. Because this is where it all starts at really here. This is where we take the people power, we take the passion, we take them, tell them why you're mad. Remember that show? Tell them why you're mad? You go over there to those ropes, right? And so we have, and we're not going to go after somebody like Lori Streeter and Hughes, like they're our allies, right? But there's a lot of people to talk to. Trust me. You know what I mean? And again, I think Kamara said earlier, we have to change the narrative of how we are seen in this building. And the only way to change the perception is to constantly present your truth to that misconception, right? Because it's not about where we came from, who's doing this, what are we going to do now? What are we willing to do now?
Yeah.
I'm a man that walks the walk, right? And I know it's not easy for you to maybe talk to people, this and that. I understand that. But guess what? I'm going to help you in that space. I'm going to hold your hand. I'm going to take time to make sure that you may not be feeling some social anxiety. Whatever, you take a breath. You know, if it starts out you just handing a paper, I'm the guy who follows up. Right? And so how do we work this together? Let's think about, before we leave this building, what are we going to do next? And let's commit to that. Right? Because I don't have time to play games. I got 4 grandchildren. I play with them. Not you. Right? You know, time is money. Money is time. Whatever you want to talk about. But the time is now, because guess what? The other side's working, y'all. Right? I remember I had a friend. He said, some work's getting done today. Either you're working on your recovery or that other thing is working on you. So there's a rap song that says you could get with this or you could get with that.
Thank you, Anderson, for that powerful, you know, that is, right? Speak truth to power, right? So, like, that's going to speak, you know, power into us, right? We may not know what we're doing. When I first came in this building, Anderson was one of the first people that kind of took my hand and walked me through the hallways and said, it's okay. These are people just like you and I, and, you know, they're here to listen to you. So I'm grateful for that, Anderson. Cody?
I'm going to hop in there real quick. Something that I've been holding back. There was a comment about pharmacists. I just want to say it's unfortunate that the pharmacists that you had dealings with didn't have the knowledge that they needed, you know, to give to you, which I think is troubling. I work with, currently right now, I work with pharmacists across the state every single day. The interaction that I've had with pharmacists have been nothing short of amazing. We do have some great pharmacists working in the cannabis space too, so it's unfortunate that you experience that. I don't feel that that should be something that any patient should ever have to deal with in the state when they have those questions, especially when they're getting put on a treatment plan. And yes, there's I have a good friend that opened up a hybrid dispensary, and you know is obligated to have a pharmacist on duty for every single hour that the dispensary is open. Pharmacists are not cheap to have, and you know it is tough for some businesses. There have been some license holders that start off hybrid. They switch their licenses to be able to go only rec, just because of that one single expense too. So I don't see pharmacists going anywhere in this space, but something that I can maybe suggest or offer as you know, as a fix is maybe expanding the scope of duty of a pharmacist, right? So currently right now, I went through a problem last week where we have businesses that are able to approve medical marijuana cards that aren't directly in this state. So when a patient goes and a patient gets approved for a new medical marijuana card, what happens is, especially if they're receiving their order for the first time, in order for that medical order to be dispensed, the pharmacist at the facility has to confirm with the physician that issued the medical marijuana card. Many times, if patients are getting cards from out of state, it's very hard to reach out to those individuals, the person who issued the card, because if we can't get those credentials, they can't get input into the PNP system, and then the patient can't get their medicine. So maybe expanding the scope of duty for a pharmacist at the facility to be able to issue those cards right then and there. I think would, again, because I don't see pharmacists going anywhere in the medical space, but I do feel that there's more that the pharmacist can do, right? And I think that'll also help with again, it's a big expense to have pharmacists, so expanding their scope of duty.
Yeah, and I agree. Yeah, why can't we?
Right, maybe a telehealth situation. I think we spoke with some of the equity owners in the room about, you know, what would be the value of being able to free up those monetary resources to be able to help the people in their community and the people in that, you know, that they're trying to serve, to have a pharmacist on call or a pharmacist available by telehealth. And I think that was a part of some of the conversations in this building just recently. So, you know, I think expanding their duties may not be as effective as, you know, freeing their time up a little bit and giving them a different space to kind of exist in. You know, we're not going to say that, you know, and myself, I've worked with pharmacists hand in hand in the dispensary, in the strictly medical model. You know, I learned a lot from them, but I have to say that I truly believe in this space, they learned more from me.
Right.
You know, they didn't understand.
They're definitely it's definitely a form of gatekeeping, and if you were to implement some kind of caregiver system to now have a caregiver have some kind of pharmacist on payroll, or, that would.
You got to make it opt-in. That's what it is. Have them there for the patients that want to engage with them.
Right.
But don't make it mandatory. Don't force it down patients' throats.
Mike? Thank
Yeah,
you.
I really want to caution everybody on the concept of a pharmacist doing cards. There's a liability that comes with that. A pharmacist is there to fill the prescription. A diagnosis must be made by a doctor. And absolutely, that puts our pharmacists at potential risk that this person gave me a card and said it was okay to do X, Y, and Z. A doctor is the one who has to diagnose. That's all. And it puts a lot of people at risk, and it crosses waters.
The presence of a pharmacist is also misleading to patients, thinking that this is a prescribed medication when it is not.
It is
They're
not a
receiving
prescribed
a
medication.
certification to use a controlled substance. So they are allowed to be in possession and use the thing. And having the pharmacist there leads them to think that, oh, this is my prescription medication. I can go across state lines with it. Using it. No, if you want to. Go ahead.
No, but this goes back into the whole thing about the Department of Public Health and the way that they change things around based on what suits them. So they're having it that we need a pharmacist in the state to do medical because of how it's scheduled on a federal level, because it's scheduled as a technically a narcotic substance still. However, they can change things. Like, this isn't really the forum for this, but it's for the opioid overdose prevention centers, which is another form of advocacy that I do and I'm huge in. And they don't want to allow overdose prevention centers because it's illegal on a federal level, but yet you want to sell cannabis, which is also illegal on a federal level. So you're literally changing things around using federal logic and all this stuff that doesn't make any sense. The reason why they need pharmacists is to follow federal whatever. It's just being changed around based on how they can make the most money and how they can benefit off the top. They don't want someone saying, oh, this plant that is going to, scientifically, there's things that happen in your brain, neurogenesis, where, neurons regenerate and all this stuff that comes from psilocybin, cannabis, ketamine, all these other hallucinogenic substances, and they don't want to do anything about it because they don't want to have to not be able to prescribe the medication that's being prescribed alternately to cannabis, because they don't want to be able to limit that as well. So it's like we can't just have all of the money coming in from over here. We're going to try to make all of our money over here too, instead of just giving something away that can help people, because they realize that it's going to benefit not them in so many other areas as well. But I think the pharmacist thing comes from the scheduling of the way that it's scheduled. So
Also, the reminder is our state runs the only pharmacology model in the country with this. So while we're debating the semantics of where a pharmacist should go, or who gets to own a dispensary, whether or not they have a license, a medical license, is beyond me, when that's not a requirement for other states. So again, peeling back the pages of time when this started, 2012, 2015, so on and so forth, immediately this entire industry was gatekept by rich people in cultures of industries that are based on treating people and not healing them. Yesterday, one of the families I mentioned during the pandemic that was so impacted with social distancing, and their daughter was in middle school, and middle school is a nightmare on its own. They came in yesterday. She doesn't use anything anymore. She's gotten to that point of her anxiety, building those tools. So they're of course they're not going to foster something that they're not going to continuously make money on. But again, there's the disconnect between that culture and mindset and plant-based medicine.
I think the hard part for me is that cannabis is not a pharmaceutical. It does not fit into that box. It just can't. It's a plant, right? We have Brian Ascenter here, who's been alongside us along this journey for a very long time as well. He's moved into different spaces, but he always is still here with us. So let me turn it over to you, Brian, if you want to introduce yourself and say anything.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So my name is Brian Essenter. I'm a pharmacist. I've been working in the cannabis space for about over 10 years now, actually. I've been working in the dispensaries since 2015. And I have so many things to say about this, so please bear with me for a second. Number one, Christina made an amazing point earlier. Pharmacists don't know anything about weed. We're not taught about it anywhere except other than maybe a toxicology class in school. That's changing very slowly, but I learned more from the people I worked with and from my patients than I ever did in school, and I was forced to educate myself. Unfortunately, not everybody has done that. I've gone out, I've got a master's in integrative and functional medicine with a concentration in cannabis medicine. I teach classes, I've spoken all over the country about this. There are very few people like me, unfortunately, and especially in this state. Not everybody has taken it upon themselves to learn everything as well as they should and be able to treat patients as well as they should. I actually left the dispensaries in 2018 to start my own consulting company because I went out west. I saw that the medical experience was disappearing, the medical programs were disappearing, and there was nobody to consult with out there. I also found that it was ridiculous that it took patients a $200 visit to their doctor, a $200 visit to, payment to the state in order to get their card, just to be able to talk to a pharmacist that might have an idea of what they're talking about when it comes to cannabis. So I went out and started consulting patients all over the country. All you need is to know what dispensary they're going to, what their conditions are, what medications they're on, and that's what we do, okay? That is how we help people, and there is opportunity for that. Now, unfortunately, whether you go to a retail pharmacy, a cannabis dispensary, or anywhere, pharmacists don't always educate themselves well, and they don't always deal with patients as well as they should. So that is very much the same case in the dispensaries. I have fought for pharmacists to be in the dispensaries from day one. The reason we're here is because when this medical program was started, it was declassified to a Schedule II in the state of Connecticut. So in order for that to be handled appropriately, they felt pharmacists in a medical program could guide patients appropriately. That's how they ended up here. It ended up in the pharmacy department, which I don't necessarily find is appropriate at this point. It was an opportunity for me that got me out of the regular pharmacy where I was beyond disgruntled as to how Western medicine works, right? We are taught to treat symptoms, not to heal people. And it's single chemical, single disease state, and that's all they do. This is a different world. So it takes time for pharmacists to be able to adjust their thinking in order to get there. Having said all of that, I understand the cost of having a pharmacist in the dispensary. I have been on that side of things as well to understand that that is a huge barrier, especially for our social equity people that don't have the finances and the backing in order to keep this. And their only goal was to be able to provide for the patients and the people that they've known and that they've grown with through this entire process. So their goal was not to do any disservice to any of their patients, but they really wanted to help them, which is why they opened a hybrid and took on that responsibility of bringing in a pharmacist. Just because they brought in a pharmacist doesn't mean that pharmacist has any idea what they're doing or what they're talking about, leads people to having bad experiences, and then we have, conversations like this. I actually believe that we have pharmacists that are more than capable of providing these services through telehealth, through, having appointments be made. The one thing in opposition to that I will say, as a pharmacist in the dispensaries, when we went to adult use, 95% of the questions I got were from adult use patients. It was not from your medical patients. They were not the ones that were asking all of the questions because they had access to you previously and they have that access in general, and they're going along that route. So that's where having those pharmacists in that scenario is extremely beneficial to all patients, because again, let's be clear, everybody is a patient. We're all using this for a medical reason, whether it's anxiety, sleep, anything else, right? So we're not just customers or consumers, we are all patients. Everybody's using it for some medical reason, even if it's just to let go of your issues for the night, for the weekend, or what have you. So there is a value there. having somebody that can answer those questions. A bud tender is not somebody you want to be giving those answers. They're not educated enough. They may know some stuff, but it's usually enough to get themselves in trouble. You know, I have evolved my thinking on this because, like I said, I've learned more from my patients and my coworkers than I ever did from any schooling or anything else that I learned. The pharmaceutical model is not only in Connecticut, it is in New York, Pennsylvania, Utah, Louisiana, and Alabama as well. That we are not the only ones that have done this. Other states like New York have taken the pharmacist out of the dispensary on a daily basis and allowed for telehealth and stuff, and it really has allowed those dispensaries to do better. Now, having said all of that as well, it does not mean that a dispensary cannot have a pharmacist in their facility and advertise that, hey, I have a pharmacist that is this person, that is X, Y, and Z, that can help you, that is on staff 24/7, that we are open. So that gives them a marketing opportunity as well, and an opportunity to add services to their facility if that is something that they wish to do. So as a pharmacist in this, you know, I've pivoted because I saw the writing on the wall. And that's really unfortunate, and it's really sad. And I'm still teaching. I'm still a resource for anybody that needs it for any of those things. But you know what? We have some others. You know, Uzma, everybody knows her and what she's doing. I mean, and, you know, those are the kind of people that are pharmacists that are working in this industry to provide the knowledge and the resources that people need to heal, to do this properly, and to not just fly by the seat of their pants and use whatever's going to get them high. And you know, when you deal with people like that, the amount of consumers and patients that I've spoken to, that I've been able to have only use CBD products because they don't need THC. There's no reason for it. They're not comfortable with it. So, you know, when you have somebody who's outside of the dispensary as well, they don't feel the need to sell you something, right? Because even though we're a pharmacist helping patients, we may not want to sell you, you know, every single product we have, but we still feel obligated to sell you something to get you started. Whereas a pharmacist outside of the dispensary and you know, even clinicians, doctors, and APRNs can really help you in very different ways that are maybe a little bit more appropriate than what's happening in the dispensary as well. So I apologize for taking up everybody's time. If anybody has any questions, I appreciate it, but thank you.
We're grateful to have you here, Brian. We've been through the trenches together. I know where you come from. I know that maybe we're on different paths now, but that doesn't mean that we can't have unity in the conversation. I think everything that you said is valuable and valid. And you know, there are some really good pharmacists that have done the work, that have studied this plant and have, you know, all the care for their patients. But like you said, that's not all of them. Usually if they're not into it, they just go work at the DCP. But you know, we do still have some good ones left.
Can I just add something about that? That I think that's another role for providers who, if they have done the due diligence of learning more about cannabis, to be able to provide that information for their patients. Because I very frequently have people who, they're not looking to get really high. They just want to have a day and take care of their responsibilities and sleep better at night and not be jumping out of their skin when they're trying to wait in line at the grocery store. So, you know, having the ability for somebody outside of the dispensary, I think, is really, really helpful. So to the point of considering allowing pharmacists to provide medical marijuana recommendations, I would dissuade that, because in my role, I definitely go through and do a whole evaluation that takes into account the other things that they're dealing with as well, making sure to advise them on any potential problems that I'm seeing arising based on their specific set of circumstances, and then also give them guidance about things like what strain types to use, what type of cannabinoids to use, what type of terpenes to look out for. Also recommending them that they maybe have some therapy or see other people or do further evaluations. So I think that for each person who is currently active in a role in the cannabis community, I think there's a well-intentioned space for that, and it's a matter of, I think, accurately allowing people to fill their role. So thank you.
Thank you. That's
I would
absolutely
like
true.
to add, if I could, please,
Of
just
course.
to echo what Dr. Klein and Brian have mentioned. As a certified pharmacy technician, there are a lot of bud tenders across the entire country who left their orientation as pharmacy technicians to enter a role as bud tenders so that they could share that knowledge from that pharmaceutical and medical platform. So there are educated persons in dispensaries who are underpaid. Let me just throw that out there, but and undervalued because on their resume it says certified pharmacy technician, graduated from this program and such, worked for pharmacists at CVS, Walgreens, etc. And now they're in these dispensaries and they can't even talk to the patients because they can't hear them over the music. So that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is absolutely true. And as Josiah?
I just want to remind everyone that's coming up to say your name real quick if you're coming up to talk.
Oh, yes. So this
Just
is
so you have that.
this is
Thank you.
Coco from Hawaii that just joined us and had some input on that. And she touched on a very important topic, as far as industry workers, right? Industry workers don't have the same protections in cannabis, working in cannabis that they would have in other industries. There is information in this booklet. Hopefully everybody grabbed their booklet, and some of them you did have some seeds. Don't forget to take those out and leave us some information. But also in this booklet, there are bills that are listed, and there is a bill that did come out about cannabis worker wage protections. So I encourage you all to look at that page. That talks about some of the bills that are coming forward for enforcement and driving while on cannabis, as well as some of the hemp and cannabis and tobacco regulations that might be changing. These are all bills that have come out of committee. And we will always support fair wages and protections for people who are working in the industry. Although the industry may be broken, the people that work there don't deserve to be disparaged or discouraged or hurt in any way or not protected. So, I would agree with that as well. So as we go into our next panel, I want to just take a minute to just reflect and appreciate everybody that had something to say regarding medical patients and medical use and therapeutic use, acknowledging that all use of cannabis, whether it's acknowledged or seen as such, is therapeutic and is helpful to humanity. Never forget that. Never forget that what this plant has done for the people in our communities for centuries, and how much people have suffered just trying to gain access to this plant, so they could feel better, right? And so that they had a line of hope that they could go on. I think lost hope is, at the root of all illness, right? It's like you have illness, you lose hope, and there's no other options. What's the point in getting better? And I do see people coming out of deep depression, illness, using cannabis, just being more social. It's all inclusive, right? So I want to say too, in the medical program, I feel that I've watched people who have had that stigma and that fear and that shame still, that go and medicate in their basement by themselves where nobody can see it or smell it or hear it. And I don't think they get the same benefit from, a collaborative community conversation, cipher kind of situation where you're having those additional supports and input from people in your community. I think we are missing a big part of, the love and the healing in that. So to move forward, I want to continue the conversation so that we have some time at the end for anybody who's in the audience that would like to speak. I want to go into, and we're missing Anderson, who's a big part of this conversation, but he should be back, advocacy and organization. And how we got here. How are we sitting inside of the legislative office building at these seats on these microphones and having all this time to speak about something that we truly love and care about? Not many people get this opportunity, and it's with the help of legislators like MJ and Ann and Lori that we're able to do this. So, I don't want that to just go by and just be another day, because that is a powerful thing. The fact that we came from outside to inside is really, really big. So let's not just overlook that and brush it to the side. We couldn't have done it without these legislators. And we look forward to continuing to work by their side and, pushing for these medical patients and for the people who are still being stalked and harassed and incarcerated for cannabis and a plant for nonviolent offenses. And trying to figure out where we can go from here to create more equitable, more fair, more sensible, more compassionate policy that will help us, across the board, not just in cannabis policy, but we want to look at things like, where is this money going? How can we help with things like food security and homelessness and, education and outreach for different issues? Yeah, right. And you know what? Somebody mentioned earlier about expungement. I think it was Anderson, and how when we first initiated adult use legalization, they went ahead and expunged 42,000 low-level cannabis crimes. I hate to break it to everybody, but a lot of folks who were using cannabis medicinally, growing cannabis medicinally or therapeutically for themselves or the people they care about, were often not charged with low-level cannabis crimes. So a lot of those folks were still left hanging on the line with a record dragging behind them and interfering in their lives for just helping for themselves or others to gain access to this plant, and the interpretation that they had too much or they were doing it the wrong way or whatever it was. But 42,000 low-level expungements is just not enough. So we still have a very long way to go. People are still being arrested for nonviolent cannabis crimes. We as the Canna Warriors stand to see nobody arrested or incarcerated or put in the back of a cop car over a cannabis, regardless of the intent or quantity. Cannabis is a healing, generally regarded as safe plant that everybody needs and that has been kept from them for so very long. And it needs to just come back to the people. All this overregulation is stifling the industry. It's hurting the people. It's hurting the patients. And I'm kind of sick of it. So that's why I'm here today. And yes, we do need to have a plan. And as Anderson said, and as Lou said, we're at 11:59. I'd say we're at about 11:45 because we still have a big chunk of this session left, right? So it is now April 16th. This session ends on June 4th. Yeah, let's not extend it. June 4th. So, we do still have some time. These bills that have passed out of these committees and we'll see more like omnibus bills and collaborative bills that go forward into the House and the Senate that are brought up and talked about and switched around and changed a whole lot. So as Anderson said, when he said up against the ropes, he's talking about going up into the Capitol building. So not this building, but into the Capitol building, doing lobbying, citizen lobbying, and talking to these legislators about how these bills that could potentially come up in their House or Senate session will affect you personally, what they're missing, how they can be better. And that's still a possibility. I think we still do have an opportunity to make big change, right? We have a big part of this session left, and we have to really grab hold of it and use it. And, our allies and our resources with the knowledge and the support that they're going to provide us, it will help us to get through that, right? And you're, them seeing your face and you showing up, it makes a big difference. Your story, even if it's a sentence or two, or you're just there handing out a flyer to a legislator, it makes a huge difference. So don't ever count yourself out. Include yourself in the conversation. Always elbow your way into the rooms that you need to be in to get yourself heard, because these things that we're dealing with now, as far as enforcement and task forces and driving while under intoxication, even though we have a medical program and an adult use dispensary on every corner, willing to send you home with whatever you need, I think without having these conversations of how those will affect our people and what that looks like in actual action, it could go bad for us. So let's all be a part of that conversation. I kind of want to bring everybody into this portion because we are all our own advocates. We're advocates for the people that we love in our everyday life, right? We fight for what we know is right. So, I don't want to exclude anybody from this conversation. So if you have something to say about anything we've talked about today or what we do moving forward, or you have thoughts or ideas, Joshua.
Thank you. My name is Joshua Frazier. It's an honor to be here with all of my fellow constituents today. This was literally the first room I've ever walked into to start learning about advocacy. It was Robin Porter and I sitting in front of those flags in the picture when I came home from prison back in 2016 after doing 5 years for some marijuana related cases, some other things going on. It's been such a crazy journey, man, and my heart is like lit up sitting in this room today to see the faces in this room that are here, like the allies that have come together from the different orgs and like are stepping up and supporting each other. This is freaking huge. I know so many faces in this room from my time working in advocacy since coming home from prison, working with organizations like CATAL, ACLU. Like, you guys are awesome. This is what it's all about, right? We know we can't trust the handshakers to be on board and do what they're going to say they're going to do. We're lucky enough to have the ones we have supporting us, giving us the time to do our thing and gain traction. But reality is, like, this is my real fear, like, equity, man, like skin in the game. Like, I had skin in the game when I was 13 years old and I got put in prison, right? I got locked up for selling a little bit of weed. I had a lot of skin in the game then, but where's my skin in the game now? After my life has been completely trampled over and changed and modified for the worse because of one mistake I made at 13 years old, I have been going over this hump over and over again. You got the challenges of addiction in my life, which this plant is amazing at helping with when we stop pushing propaganda and lies. The propaganda and lies is what keeps people going to a dispensary getting second-rate product. It's what made my friend from East Hartford choose to use a street dealer and, excuse my language, dead. Because they would have rather went to somebody that bagged up multiple products on the same countertop than go to a dispensary that gave them mold and made them sick. The whole slate incident we had was terrible. It made me sick. I suffer from multiple tick-borne illnesses. It made me so sick that I stopped using the dispensary myself. I'm grateful for the CT Cannon Warriors giving me equipment back in the day that allowed me to start growing for myself, right? And I realized quickly, like, it's a shame. Like, if people jumping in on this can do better than what they're doing for us, that's a shame. Like, that's reality. This is what we have going for us. And I can't look at it any other way right now than failure for the handshakers to get on board and make something that makes sense is like, you're pretty much telling me you just want to keep on going with this privatized prison scam where we're just putting profits over people and that's all it's ever going to be. Because to step up and show that, like, you're not going to lose anything. The people who are going to utilize their people are going to utilize their people. Or they might just utilize somebody else's person that isn't so good. But they're not going to use what's broken. So you're going to still get your profits. Let's open the door so we have some accountability. I was accountable. Other members in this room were accountable for what they did, and they had to face those consequences. But the state continually gets to get away with not having any consequences for poor performance, and this has got to stop. Just let us do what we've been doing. Let us hold you accountable to a higher standard, so then maybe you might start treating these people as they are, which is as, you know, patients or people that deserve to have high-quality product, one or the other. But running away from the fact that we do this better than you, it's not getting anybody anywhere. It's time to realize that, like, take a note out of the notebook of what's been working. You know, I don't need to lose any more friends because they don't want to utilize a system that was broken from the get-go. That's all I have to share. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joshua, and thank you for your work in the community and everything that you've been doing to help the people that you care about. You know, everything that we do has a ripple effect. Every person that you help, every piece of advice you give, every phone call that you take where somebody is in need of a listening ear makes a big difference. So never discount that. You know, everything that you do has a ripple effect that will affect our community and those in need. So thank you so much. And I think Joshua was right? We need some restoration of balance. We need some restoration of humanity. I think those are the pieces and the keys that we are completely missing. We need some level of accountability. If something goes wrong and you get, a product that makes you ill, and you're kind of just, ran in circles, you don't feel good about that. I don't want to go back there. If that was just my guy, right, my dude, and I got something from them that was subpar or made me ill, I can guarantee you I'm not going back there. And that's just how it works, right? And it would work the same if it was a cow or a milk farm or something, right? You're not going to go back somewhere that makes you sick. And it's sad.
I think it's important too that the people that are making us sick, that we're holding accountable, they exist in states. So one thing, I'd like everyone to take from me today is I'm going to be pushing hard for at least a 5-year moratorium going forward for any out-of-state people to come in and get licensed. I want to suggest something like a residency where you have to have 5 years of residency as a resident of Connecticut to obtain any of these licenses at any percentage, because the fact that we have a federally illegal product, but you have people from other states bringing their business into the state, none of it makes sense.
But yet we can't go somewhere and go get it out of state and bring it here ourselves. It's okay for them to do the same.
And furthermore, now looking at the diversion with metric and everything, I know we don't have metric in this state, but we are ending up with the biggest of companies are putting their products that don't sell in California into our smoke shops now. So now we're getting triple the enforcement because these people are now exploiting the whole infrastructure of their distributors with the smoke shops and putting whatever they can't sell in California into our smoke shops. And who's suffering? Patients, because now cops want to enforce because they're like, what the heck's going on? There's fentanyl being sold in these. No, it's coming in with the vapes and everything else that's being sold from the companies in their legal revenue streams. So.
Right, and then there's the fear, like Josh was saying too, about for me, the way I see it, there's the mass corporations, then there's the legacy market, and then there's street dealers who realistically just bag up and don't really care about the people that they're serving at all. And that fear of there's fentanyl in everything. That there is fentanyl sometimes in things because of cross-contamination. However, there is a lot of legacy market people that don't have fentanyl in their stuff, that have better stuff out there than the dispensary does, and people are still scared to even obtain safe medicine off of the street, off of a legacy person, because of the fact that things like this are being spread around, this whole fear mongering by these people. I've seen ads on Facebook about, things all in your medicine and how you shouldn't get anything, yet at the same time, they can sell us something that is making people sick and forming a system that is keeping people sick. So it's all.
And they're happy to trumpet these things about fentanyl, laced cannabis and all that, but they don't retract what they say when they're proven wrong.
Right, and if anybody wants to test it, I can hand out test strips. I give out all that stuff, so if they wanted to test it, they could,
So they said they had 39 or 40 overdoses in New Haven or wherever it was about, fentanyl-laced cannabis. And then it turns out, actually, it was only one, and that was because, like you said, of cross-contamination. Mm-hmm. And I recall when they first announced all this, AG, everybody else, all these enforcement organizations, HIDA, was putting out press releases saying this is a major threat to public health and public safety. And as soon as it was debunked, you didn't hear a word.
Right.
You might have seen my face on NBC 30 for about 3 seconds talking about it. And that was all anybody had to say about it in terms of correcting the record. It's all about protectionism and optics and market share for these people. They don't care about any sort of therapeutic or medicinal aspect. It's all about protecting what they've been able to build, the little playground that they've built for themselves and their kids who are, the 1% basically. There's no left and right in this. It's top and bottom.
Well, you do have to remember that the main funder for most of our opposition is TheraPlant. So we're going up against a billion-dollar company where the original CEO likes to talk about how he suffered an accident and everything else. But we have mentioned TheraPlant about as many times as Rose said Jack in Titanic. And the problem is that this has been a reoccurring name. It's just come up over and over for years. The original bill back in 2021, the language had to be stripped because who was the let's see, Sullivan and so Sullivan and Lashane refused to give a comment. They were the lobbyist firm that represented their plant back in 2021. We still don't have a statement from them, but they were able to sneak in language, like you said, via McCrory. And it did get stripped out that you had to basically work with TheraPlant if you wanted to be an equity operator. And then again, we mentioned TheraPlant again and again and again.
And let's not forget that the CEO at the time of TheraPlant is now the head of enforcement for DCP.
So when
I didn't know that either.
Jennifer Manzik.
So right now we are dealing with TheraPlant on multiple levels. They have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars lobbying against us for several years. And the legislators who are in this room are people who came because they care, not because they were paid to. So we really do appreciate you guys.
Just give me a couple weeks. Give me a couple weeks with TheraPlant. There's something coming. Something real big is coming with TheraPlant. That's all I can say right now, but stay tuned.
Definitely stay tuned for that. So there's a bunch of people who came and sat around our table, and I like that, right? I like that people are bringing themselves into this conversation. Uncle Pat and Jen, you are wonderful beacons of hope and wellness and happiness in our community, and I am grateful that you're here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Christina. Anybody that doesn't know me, I'm Pat. They call me Uncle Pat. A couple things that thank you. A couple things that keep sticking in my head. I keep thinking about the capsules that you were talking about earlier, and there's no recourse. Like, there's only one test company. There's basically one test company you could bring them to, and in your application of bringing whatever supply there, it can't come from one of those big four companies.
Well, so I'm not sure actually, because it was back in 2020, so it was back when Altec was still a lab that you could bring.
But you still, in any of them, you couldn't bring anything from a legal dispensary to their facility to be tested. No. You would
in Connecticut, just until recently, you didn't have any access as a consumer or patient to testing facilities.
They were telling me, even though I knew it was wrong.
100%. 100%. And I have been advocating since the medical law was written. I started attending normal meetings in 2010. And not much has changed. Even the laws that Eric wrote back then, they got here into this building and all the wording got replaced again. There was grow rights in the original plans in the original scripts. They took all that out. But the medical program has been destroyed, like, by the corporations that we allowed, or I guess allowed to get into it. But once again, that's all money. So, God, I lost my train of thought.
That's okay. We have a special guest coming today to speak with us that actually will kind of tie into what you're saying about, how big money gets what big money wants. And they might have all the money, but we have all the heart. And I think that the folks that are coming, they'll be here about 2:45 or something. The folks that are coming are a huge example of, what you can do with nothing. So, you get into spaces, like I said, you elbow your way in, right? We don't have all the money, but we do have a lot of heart, and we need to use that moving forward and pushing what needs to be pushed for the people, right? Not for the corporations, not for, protectionism and to demonize this plant like they're doing, but to protect our people, to make sure everybody has access equitably and fairly, despite their financial standing, despite where they're living, despite, any of their background or physicalities. So I'm really happy that they're going to be here, but you're absolutely right. It has a lot to do with money, right? Jen.
Okay. So, hi, everybody. I'm Jen. Just Jen. Jenny from the block. So I'm here representing the Leaf Ministries, and this is a community, spiritual-based community that's evolved over the last 3-4 years. And for us, it's our spirituality that's rooted in the wellness of the community, creating a place that's non-judgmental. I think that's one thing that I'm hearing so much throughout this whole day, is that people feel alone and they need that place to come to be accepted without judgment. And that is what the plan is to us. And we have to keep that in mind, that yes, it is medical. Yes, it is financial. But for some of us, it's spiritual. I have a very good friend who reminded me that coming from my background, I was your typical PTA pillhead. I had an addiction to Adderall, and it was the plant that saved me. And I want you guys to all remember that this is more than just the finances. It's more than just physical medicine. It's medicine for your soul, and it's medicine for your heart. And for someone like myself who has not been involved in advocacy and has not, this is maybe my 3rd time I've been in this building, and it's the first time my mom's ever been here. Yeah. So I'm very proud for the impact that we have had, you know, with the ministry and providing that outreach and the support. But I have to be honest with you, we are scared. You know, we're scared because our beliefs are in question. I look at the government, and the government can tell me what kind of medicine I can take, what I can do with my body, and now they're telling me what I could believe and not believe in. And that's a really big problem on a huge level. And I think that we all have to keep that in mind. We have 420 weekend is coming up. We are afraid. We're afraid to gather. You know, we have rights, and I really ask the community for their support coming into this weekend, for everyone who is celebrating in their own way, whichever way they choose, to honor and respect that. Because this is more than just a plant. It's more than just a money maker. It is, to many of us, our belief in our saving grace. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jen, and to Leaf Ministries. They do provide wonderful services to their community, harm reduction services, support groups, educational services, the things that the state has forgotten to kind of include as they move forward. You know, we're picking up the slack for it. The people in our community are pulling the line to make sure that these patients are getting the education and the support and the guidance that they need. And for that, I thank you, and I know it's scary, but we got this, right? And we all got each other.
And I also want to just add that we have a community activist that will help set you up and take you into different programs if you need support. So that's always available.
I want real quick,
You have a variety of things that you offer there, and I can attest to the things that I've seen and the people that I see coming from you that come to me, and they thank you. So I thank you as well.
One thing, thank you for everything, Jen. Amazing. And yeah, she does great work up there too, if you ever, you know, in the area. I just want to touch on the advocacy aspect and just thank everyone for being in the room and be willing to share the stories. And I met Christina a couple years ago. We were booth neighbors at an event, and just like she said, she was outside. Now she's in. I mean, being a part of advocacy doesn't mean you're going to see the change happen right then and there. But if you're not consistently doing it and being a part of it and sharing your stories and sharing experiences with our legislators, then nothing will change, if a change is going to happen, right? Because you can advocate and things obviously sometimes don't change. It shouldn't discourage us, and I hope it doesn't discourage the people that are in this room right now sharing and being a part of this because it's so important. It's so important to continuously show up and show out. You know, share your experiences, share your thoughts, share your concerns, and don't get discouraged if something doesn't happen directly after that, is all I can say. So thankful for everyone being here. Thank you again.
Thank you, Cody. You're absolutely right, right? And sometimes it even feels like it's going the opposite direction when you come in here and you fight, and they feel like they're fighting you back. But that shouldn't stop you. You should keep coming back, because what the goal is to get you to stop, right? Because they all have their own way they think things should be done. But we have to continue to include ourselves in these conversations, and we have to continue to protect each other and put up for each other as necessary. Mike?
Yeah, thank you again. Mike Goodenough. We try and push, and we as a group have been advocating for a long time. This is, like I testified earlier in the year, this is my 11th year. We've been doing this a long time. And when this cannabis plant was freed in our minds, a lot of people left that battle. We stayed and we dealt with the true issues of getting people out of jail, the true issues of the rights being wronged, and numerous other components. We are at a whole new time, and I mean, I was going to wait until my time to kind of speak to thank you guys for being here, but for where we're at today, just take a breath and look at where we're at today. This is a whole new place. This is what we dreamt of in day one. This is an amazing opportunity that has been extended to us to have a voice as a community and as a whole. And as was testified earlier or mentioned earlier today, we're unified this year. There was a lot of years that we were caused to be in different rooms. This group has to be here, and you have to tell that group that you don't want them to have a chance because it's going to step in front of your chance. Or we can't give those groups over there because they're a little bit radical and they're going to show up and do things. So we can't give them what they want. So you're going to have to say that you're willing to sacrifice them in order to get what you want. This year, we're all unified. That is an extraordinary thing, absolutely extraordinary. And I really want to thank you guys for the work that you've done to bring this room together in the context that it has. Take a breath with that. That is awesome and outstanding.
Thank you so much, Michael. That means the most coming from you. Thank you.
To our state representatives that are here, thank you, because you're our true champions. What they've done has forgotten the people. And for me, it's the patients, first and foremost. As a Marine, when it came down to it, when another man went down, or another Marine went down, they were our first thing to tend to. Combat situations, it didn't matter where we were. That was our immediate go-to. We have forgotten our patients, first and foremost. Secondly, we've forgotten the elderly folks that really, this consumption is something that changed it all. My mom raised me right. I take care of the sick and I take care of my elderly first and foremost. We have forgotten those two fundamental standards right now, and it disgusts me. It truly does. It breaks my heart. And so it is time to turn that component. But I think the real reason that I wanted to step into this part of our conversation ultimately was we're at a whole new place and we are unified. And we have to continue to carry that ball and get certain things done. And I think the reason this room isn't filled right now with standing around this room and more people is because we are afraid. It is the first time in our advocacy that we are truly afraid for our businesses, for our farms, for our friends, making certain decisions and making these laws as complicated as we have made them. It has put us all at risk. All at risk. You either have to choose to break a federal law to be able to make your product or bring a product in, or you have to choose to break a state law. It is ridiculous where we have been positioned as the people for a very few that are actually making money. My major problem is all of these were the economic concerns of Department of Consumer Protection all along the way. We don't want to disrupt this one's business for this piece and this one's business for this piece. We have been impacted. All of us, whether it's losing jobs, whether it's losing businesses, whether it's closing down our stores, whether it's changing our brands, there has been massive economic impact. And I don't understand why the Department of Consumer Protection has such concerns around protecting economic concerns when the reality is they've just destroyed them along the way. So anyway.
Thank you so much, Michael. I appreciate you. And, talking about economic needs and economic strain that this has caused is going to bring us into our special guest speakers, the Poor People's Army. So I'd like them to come in, Nick and Max.
Hi, y'all. Thanks for having us.
Hey.
I'm really excited to be here. This is obviously a very important topic. I'm Nick Carmack. I use he and they pronouns. I'm with the Poor People's Army, also known as the Poor People's Economic Human Rights Campaign. We are headquartered in Philadelphia, but we are a national movement, trying to ensure that we all meet our own economic human rights, and which requires all of us. So, we started as a movement of welfare moms sharing with each other, and that grew into a movement nationally with international ties, which was based in Kensington, Philadelphia. If anyone knows Kensington, it's the epicenter of the opioid crisis in the United States, and the fentanyl crisis, which we all know that these issues of the drug war and issues of substance abuse are all interrelated, and legalization of cannabis is a huge part of addressing the overall drug crisis. So just a brief about ourselves is that we're building a nonviolent army of poor and working people to keep each other alive and to build a cooperative society and economy. And we talk a lot about what are we organizing for, not us in the Poor People's Army, but the collective, all the people that we come in contact with, and all of our different organizations, whether we're working on cannabis legalization, we're working on environmental issues, or addressing mass incarceration. So Max is going to briefly talk about that.
Thanks, Nick. Hi, y'all. I'm Max. I use she and they pronouns. And yeah, we talk a lot about this idea of what we're organizing for, this question rather, and I think it really applies to this situation, because I think we all know that no matter what we're organizing for in the direct moment, whether it's legalization of cannabis or trying to decriminalize homelessness at this point, all sorts of other struggles, that we need unity in order to do any of this. It can't just be all of us working in different sections alone. And this issue in particular with cannabis is really important because it is one of the necessities of life now, just as they were talking about before with patients and the elderly. So many people need this, and to the point where it cannot be criminalized anymore because it's medicine. And that's just like other healthcare. We need healthcare. We need food, clothes, housing, transportation, communication. These are our fundamental economic human rights. And the way that the issue of cannabis brings people together to organize needs to be cherished, and needs to be used as a model to build unity in the rest of all these issues that are interconnected with it. Because I guess what we're trying to say is it's a huge win to legalize cannabis, but is that how we know we've won necessarily? Nick, back to you.
Yeah. Something that's really important to us is, building a movement that's encompassing of all these different issues that we're facing in our own lives. I'm a felon for a possession of a small amount of marijuana. And that's something that happened over a decade ago. Wow, almost two. But because I'm a white male in America, have been all right. But that's not the reality for everybody, right? That I've been able to get jobs. I've been able to, pursue a life that has been fulfilling for myself. But with the drug war, the way it's played out since the 60s, we're dealing with mass incarceration. We're dealing with racial capitalism and a racial injustice system. And I just want to say that if we're going to be building a movement to legalize cannabis, whether that be in Connecticut, New England, or across the United States, that we need to be thinking about the interrelatedness of all the different issues that the state, that corporations and a lot of their the elected officials that have been propped up by the mass funding of from corporate parties is it's all interrelated, and we we in the Poor People's Army, and we hope all of us are thinking about the ways that all of these things relate to each other, and that we're trying to build a movement here for self-determination, right? That's really at the end of the day what this is about. Is we want to be able to determine our own lives, whether that's, hey, there's an abandoned building over there, we should be able to go live in it and help each other fix up a building to house home ourselves or other poor working homeless people, which is something we've been doing for over 30 years. But we also want to have the ability to use our own medicines and not rely on big pharma to treat us. Well, I put treating in quotes because that a lot of that medicine is poisoning us, just like much of the food and the water at this point. So anyway, I know we don't have much time, but just want to say, like, that if we're whatever organizing we're doing in our own areas, in our own issues, that we need to be thinking about the interrelatedness, that these are all economic human rights issues, whether that's food, housing, healthcare, medicine, mental health, racial justice, environmental justice, etc. That these are all economic human issues, and there's stages to ensuring these are met. I'm proud of the work a lot of y'all are doing in Connecticut. I think it's really exciting to see. Special shout out to the Canna Warriors. They're great. That's why we're here, because we think the stage we're at now is a stage to build mass unity. We see a lot of what's happening on the federal level, and if we want to combat those things as well as get people the medicine that they need, we need to do that. So I don't know if you have anything else to add to that, Max.
Just one quick point, if we have enough time. Just the point of self-determination. I'm sure y'all are already having a lot of these conversations, but as people in organizations who have the power to address this issue in your locality, I think it's really important to bring up how we're legalizing cannabis to encourage self-determination and like our community meeting our own needs. And I think, just like Nick was saying, we don't want to be bought into big pharma anymore to treat us, and we also don't want the growth and use and distribution of our medicines to be controlled outside of the community necessarily. These are the kind of conversations we're having in Philly of, like, how can we grow and distribute it ourselves instead of contracting it all out, so that this capital and medicine comes in and stays within the community.
That's great. Thank you guys so much. Big thank you to the Poor People's Army, Nick and Max. Thank you so much. Everything you said is so true. I'm really excited for the work we're doing here to, eventually, expand. Like we said, everything creates a ripple, right? And we do need help on the federal level in so many ways with so many different things. And so many of these issues are overlapping. So we really appreciate you being here and all the work you do for the people in your community. This is a plant, right? So ultimately, overgrow the system. This plant grows in the ground. It grows with the help of the sun and with the rain. And, they're lucky. We just haven't caught on yet that we don't need them. But it's getting to the point where we don't have any other choice. I know Josiah wanted to chime in on the advocacy portion before we move into the public comment section. So I'm going to turn it over to Josiah over there.
Yeah, I just wanted to real quickly remind people about speaking out and whatnot. This is our building. We all belong here. Connecticut's elected officials are not here to serve lobbyists, bureaucrats, corporations. They're here to serve us. We're not a burden. We're not an ask. This is who they're here to serve. This is their job. So speak freely, speak firmly. I mean, they're here to serve us, and they're not seeing that or understanding that or hearing that. And that's a big problem, that when we come to public hearings, they act like we're an annoyance that they have to sit through listening to us, and how annoying it is that they have to sit through our testimony, and I'm so sorry you had to hear me for 3 minutes. So I'm very thankful for the legislators who are not like that. But unfortunately, that seems to be the majority. But just never be afraid to speak out, because you got the First Amendment to protect you. And yeah, speak the truth. Speak the truth.
Definitely.
This is our building.
Speak truth to power.
Concluding.
Sorry.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, Evie.
Oh, I was going to say, I just wanted to remind everyone that while Michael DiAgostino is no longer in office, he is a magistrate, I believe, in Hamden, who did tell. Is he in the room? Okay, so someone who just left, he basically told him, yeah, I'm sorry that you enter the very legal market and then we change the law, but I don't care about your mortgage. So that's the most egregious example of what Josiah might have said. You just have the others that are, and they play on their phones, and then they're like, okay, thank you, your 3 minutes are up.
Even more of a reason to show up, right?
We also have an attorney general who will shut down community events, but won't shut down the regulated infrastructure when it's riddled with mold.
Oh yeah,
That's
or
absolutely true.
you know, the fact that in Stamford he's done absolutely nothing about the Sacklers. He's very proud to let you know that the Sacklers got sued here in Stamford. They, you know, have this really big office. The Sackler building, the logo is part of the the whatever the logo for the city now. So that's really fun that, you know, they got to pay their way out of it while kickstarting the opiate crisis, which in turn they say is harming the legacy market as well, because you have that fentanyl getting bagged up, and they kickstarted the opiate crisis. But he's more willing to, you know, bust down people's doors here in Connecticut because they're not rich. So he's got to protect his interests.
Right. Money plays a lot into that.
Can I just add, just concluding the advocacy part, we Connecticut took a big step in creating a department this year, and that's the cannabis ombudsman position, but it's actually, I should say, ombudswoman position. Oh. Well, I wanted to give a round of applause because Erin is here, and I just wanted to congratulate her. Even though she has been given, it's been very difficult for her to make the changes that she is attempting to make, but nonetheless, the department was formed. Erin is at the helm, and I just wanted to not overlook that too. So thank you, Erin.
Yes, absolutely.
Can I have a word real quick? If we're moving away from advocacy, I'd like to just.
Yeah, so we have about an hour left, and we want to make sure we get to all of our public speakers, but absolutely have the floor to speak, briefly. I will take
I'm a
it.
public speaker, I think, because I didn't know how to do what. But a couple of things. First of all, interesting thought that you have about residency will not meet constitutional muster. When this law was written, Ann Hughes, David Michel, Robin Porter, Lou Vega, Kebra and I stood on tables and said, let's not pass this law the way it is. And unfortunately, it was passed the way it was. One of the things is if you have a residency requirement, it'll get challenged in the courts and you can't win, unfortunately. That's why the law doesn't provide for that. There's a million other ways to do it, though.
About a moratorium on out-of-state
Well, I
people
think there should
coming
be
in
a
and getting a
moratorium
license.
on licensing right now because we haven't gotten our stuff together. And I think if Cody, because I'm hearing the first two licenses they want to put up are going to be transport and delivery. I don't think that's fair to Cody or the other people who haven't had anything even to deliver. So I'm very concerned about another lottery, especially if it starts with anything with wheels on it, because I know Cody can speak to the trouble he's had. And real quick, I'll just say, we've had some very intense situations with patients who are in their end stages of life. And whenever I've called Cody, Cody has hooked us up. If I've called Uzma, Uzma gets to Cody. We've had a very tragic situation this week with a man who's he's got little kids, 3 and 5, and the medical card had expired, and unfortunately in the state, they don't let you just give a dying man who literally was in hospice his medical card. He wasn't going to make it the week. That I don't even understand that. Somebody mentioned Normal. I've been a member of Normal since 1979. I'm older and smoked more than probably longer than half of you been alive. And I have been an advocate. I have done every social equity application in the nation for free. I'm the only attorney that's ever done that. I have bailed people out of jail. I've spent the last 10 years buying veterans medicine. I was that person that was the DC chief of police visited my house because I would stop when any black or brown person was pulled over. And I'd go, hi, I'm their lawyer. And they'd go, where did you come from? And I'd be like, he just called me. And literally the police had to tell me to stand down because I was literally, every time they'd stop someone, I'd be like, you can't do that, you can't do that. And you were talking earlier about some of these ridiculous laws that I know have possibly, been tabled. But I drove from Stamford today, and it was about a 90-minute drive because of construction. And the minute I hit Cheshire, I kept smelling weed. So if I got here, I would have smelled like weed. And I didn't use anything today. So the fact that we want to pull people over, I mean, this is antediluvian beyond, before the written word. They want to go back to that. I could have gotten in trouble today, and I did not smoke and do not smoke before I drive. And I was like, this is just back-assward stuff we're doing. Real quick, if anybody wants to help the medical patients in the state, because I could go on for a couple hours about what I've found in my job here. And again, I turned down jobs at OCM New York, Maryland, and California to stay here in Connecticut where I knew everybody and where we've been writing the laws and where I love this community. But the Department of Consumer Protection will not play nice with me. First thing I did was ask for a list of patients because I know we had 58,600 patients at one point. We have 36,000. I want to hear from patients, but they won't give me the list of patients because they tell me it's HIPAA protected. Now, not only am I an attorney, I am the only person in my agency. I have no staff, no office, no budget. So I'm the only one that would ask for this information. When I went to the governor's office and said I wanted, Anne Marie's not here, at Anne Marie's and other caregivers' requests, I wanted to be able to have caregivers see the initial diagnosis for which a patient was given his license and then know whether to re-up on that basis or maybe another one. And the governor's office told me, well, you can't have that because that's not HIPAA protected. So DCP tells me it's HIPAA protected, and the governor's office tells me it's not. Well, guess what? HIPAA is a federal law. HIPAA does not apply to the state cannabis program, but no one will listen to me. And so how am I going to get my job done if I can't find out why patients left? I want to poll them and say, why did you leave? What would it take you to come back? Many people have, some people have moved and some have died, but we haven't lost 30,000 patients to those two elements. Again, I've testified innumerable times. I've sent memorandums every day this month. We are not losing patients. We are losing patients that purchase in Connecticut. They're all going to other states. And I know that I could take a month of Sundays up, but I'm going to end with this. The advocacy that Christina brings to the table, and I don't know if you saw my text after you testified on March 19th, was incredible. It was incredible. And I sent you a text going, that was fire. It was fabulous. I don't think you saw it because you would have come back and said, yay. But I just want to say that I follow laws around the country. I've written laws in many states. I work with the United Nations. Massachusetts is going to kick our hinage if they pass just 2 laws this session. One, medical reciprocity for everybody from every state. Why? Because they're the ones challenging interstate commerce through David Boies and saying, this is nothing, people are going to Massachusetts for the tourism, and so the federal government is saying, you can't have this interstate commerce because we handle it, and Massachusetts is saying no, and they're saying because it's tourism, we as feds handle it. Well, what is going to happen to tourism when they let medical reciprocity cards happen? Everyone here is already going there. The second problematic thing, besides the price compression, and I know that we know that grams here are 13.64, it's $13.64 a gram right now. It's $4.44 in Massachusetts. So people are driving there, right? Maine's got a great caregiver program. Rhode Island's lit. Massachusetts is going to burn us, not with just this medical card reciprocity, but they are looking at allowing every recreational store to go hybrid. Think about that. If they let every store in the state become able to serve medical customers no one's going to stay in Connecticut because the prices are too damn high, along with the rent, and the quality is not there. Gentleman mentioned I can't get my medicine on a consistent basis. I got a 96-year-old Korean War vet. All he wants is tinctures. They don't make the same tinctures 3 times. There is no consistency, the prices are too high, and the quality is very poor.
I would have to.
And
I would
all
have
I
to
can
agree.
say is, if you care about patients, and I supported your bill, I went to MJ and I said, look, I asked for a medical microgrow solely to be, you guys would be the licensees, not MSOs, no one with a license. It would have been you. I want you to get me medical cannabis because no one else is doing it. And I was told, well, that's Johnny growing in his basement and we can't have that. We wouldn't be able to inspect. Let me tell you something about Johnny. Johnny knows what I want. Johnny knows what my sister wants. None of my family smokes, but you know, Johnny knows what my uncle wants. If Johnny messes with me and gives me moldy A weed, Johnny gets beaten the hell out of, and Johnny's uncle gets our business. They don't understand the loyalty we have to the people that have been growing us for the 50 years I've been utilizing, and they don't understand that 3 plants does not give you enough RSO. You can't, I've got patients calling me every day. Why am I only allowed to grow 3 plants? If one dies, which they always do, I'm not having 3 and 3. I got 1.5 and maybe 1. And now I can't make my medicine. And by the way, I can't buy it in a dispensary because they're not making it anymore because, to your point, it's not worth it to them. So everything is ass backwards. I've testified multiple times. The greed is real. There's no reason to abandon patients after 10 years of making boatloads of money off of them and now say we're not going to service them. So I have been railing against this, and I'll say another thing about the Attorney General. I was a designated party out of 50,000 applicants for this rescheduling of cannabis from 1 to 3. The only calls I've ever gotten from the governor's office are a stand down, you do not represent us call. And when I met the Attorney General and handed him my card with a state seal on it, he would not take it because it had the word cannabis on it. He then proceeded to accept an award from Smart Approaches for Marijuana while I was involved in this matter.
Right, we do
Which
not.
wants to shut every business in the country down, regardless of whether it's medical or not. I find it egregious that someone that I'm paying my taxes to would take an honorarium, travel on our dollar to a big event in Washington, D.C.
Well, he wants to
and
be
take
governor.
An award, and take an award that closes all of your businesses down,
And-
that shuts our patients off. I
And-
have a moral issue with that.
And what I hear a lot, is the same rhetoric from people in our state in positions of power and how they treat cannabis and cannabis consumers. And ultimately, how I see it is we don't have a medical program, we don't have an adult use program, we have a prohibition program. We have a prohibition for profit protection program.
Full of bullies.
with a bunch of bullies with money and the ability to write the laws that benefit them and their people most, and leave us completely out. So I appreciate your.
And the last thing about that is the dying patient. I called a bunch of people and said, "What do I do?" First time I've ever found out, CT Pharma will sell you RSO. What are they called? Syringes for $1. No
Yes.
one's ever told me
Yes.
this. And I asked for the medical program, preservation program from the Department of Consumer Protection. I had to FOIA them.
Yeah,
Head of an
it's-
agency. I had to FOIA them,
That
and
goes-
guess what they sent me? All redacted.
Yeah, it goes
Not a
back to
thing I could
accountability.
read.
It
And
goes
I was
back
told
to.
there was IP, and I said, I'm an attorney. And they said,
You're
yeah,
absolutely
but if you
right.
send it to the wrong guy. I said, 30 years of practice, I've never sent a baddie.
Christina.
Yes.
I do just want to touch on that prohibition thing that you
Yeah.
said, because a lot of people don't understand how alcoholism and how alcohol prohibition came, legal market. It was way back when they were doing prohibition and people were actually making alcohol in their own home and dying from it. They decided, we have to do a harm reduction thing and we're going to make alcohol legal in order to save lives. So realistically, this isn't even a prohibition model because it's like the anti-prohibition
I know,
model.
that's true. And ultimately, I'm grateful that Massachusetts is there and has those prices, and they're opening potentially to our patients. Will our program fail? Probably, but it's going to fail no matter what. At least there's somewhere for those patients to go and not have to be taxed up the ying to be able to get what they need. I think
the
Uncle
answer is
Pat.
letting you guys.
I just recently was talking to a patient, and she's got stage 4 cancer, and she had gotten what was supposedly RSO from the dispensary, and it was clear as could be, and she got so high she couldn't even function on it, and literally she took less than a grain of rice of it. I saw the syringe. in 2 weeks. She took 2 different times, and she just couldn't function.
No.
She's like, I'm not that person. I can't, and she had no quality of life at that point. None.
I'm testifying for years about whole spectrum CBD. Many patients over the age of 70 call me, we can't get high.
Yeah.
I don't have time to get high all day. I did not smoke today, and I'm not taking anything. I drove here. I have no time. But my fingers are killing me. I'd like a little, CBD, and you can't get it anywhere. And
Right,
I've
there's-
got patients really, and veterans.
There's such an
use this stuff if
extreme
you're on
spectrum,
VA.
right? There's such an extreme spectrum because I have people that need 1,000 milligram doses.
Yeah.
Pat. And then there's people who absolutely need a micro dose option, right? So the spectrum is so huge. I don't know how they thought it would fit into this pharmaceutical model when there's so many different varieties and the potential for these people to get relief from high CBD, low THC, low THC, high CBD. Like, there's so many different options. So, I'm grateful that you could be here. Thank you for speaking. We'll keep an eye out for those things to come across the board. We always, of course, want patients at the forefront of the conversation. They are what built this whole movement. I myself am a patient, and I love and care about a lot of patients in this community. So, always at the forefront and the forethought of every conversation that we have should be patients.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
So
thank
we
you.
want to take a moment to start the public speaking section. I know some of you kind of came in and into the fold and spoke a little bit already, but we do have a speaker list. I'm super duper grateful to have Jim Preston here, a veteran, someone who stood with us for many, many years throughout the fight for legalization, for medical use, throughout our fight for pediatric use. He was here. So if he's ready to come on up and have a little talk with us, that would be great. Thank you, Jim. Thank you for being here, Jim. We appreciate you. Just give yourself a good introduction, Jim. You deserve it. And then say whatever's on your mind.
Excuse me. Thank you. Happy to be here. You have to excuse me because I'm in a little distress right now. Haven't medicated in a couple hours, so I'm kind of a little bit of pain. My name's Jim Preston. Before 2014, I was about a year away from being a 20-year firefighter. I was a mountain biker, triple black diamond skier. Then while I was working at Home Depot, I walked around the corner and I slipped on ice, fell backwards, landed on my neck, fractured 3 vertebrae. Went to physical therapy. They did manual traction on my neck for about 6 months before they decided to do a MRI. Then they found the fractures on 3 of my vertebrae, which led to a triple fusion, which failed, and all the traction left me with neuropathy from my neck to my feet. So I live with pain all the time. Their answer was, I was on a fentanyl patch, up to 6 Vicodin a day, and then when I was complaining, I wasn't controlling my pain, and I couldn't sleep. And I told them I needed to talk to somebody because I was having really bad issues, because the pain was exacerbating my post-traumatic stress. And so they sent me to a psychiatrist, and he prescribed Valium and Zoloft, but said he wasn't there to talk to me. So I spent a little bit of 2 years fighting to stay alive every day. All I could think about was driving into a tree. The only thing that kept me from doing it was the fact that I was a firefighter for 20 years, and I saw it happen many times, and I see what had happened to families. And I didn't want a bunch of guys pulling up to my truck and seeing a sticker on the back window and going, hell, another fireman killed himself. So I had to start searching for things to figure out what I'm going to do to help myself. And I use cannabis here and there, but I came across Rick Simpson's article, and I started reading about it, and I said, wow, if this could help him, it could help all this other stuff, maybe it could help me. So I got a bag of weed, and I grabbed some seeds out of it. I went online. I went to growweedeasy.com. Together upstairs in my spare bedroom, and I grew 6 plants. Just with the same website, I learned how to cure it. And I went to the Rick Simpson's website, and I learned how to make oil, and I made my first batch of oil. The day I got the oil finished, I took the fentanyl patch off, I put the pharmaceuticals in the closet, and I took a dose of oil. And in 3 days, I didn't know what was going on. I thought maybe I really wasn't in as much pain as I thought I was in. Maybe I was just hooked on the drugs or something. I didn't know. And then I ran out of the oil. And within 3 days, I was in the fetal position on the couch, unable to move, going to the ER, back on the other stuff, and fighting to stay alive still. Because like I said, I'm a 20-year fireman. I'm watching my wife bring in firewood, mow the grass. I can't do anything. I just wanted to die because I wasn't alive anymore. And then this is kind of tough for me because I know a lot of you people in this room are some of the people that kind of saved my life, because when I couldn't afford it, I didn't know what to do. Cannabis community reached out to me. I had people from Maine, from Massachusetts sending me oil. I'm getting 11 syringes of oil in the mail. And I didn't know what to do. I said, man, this is crazy. So I kept fighting. I kept fighting with workers' comp. Yeah, I'm not using this. This is what I'm doing. This is helping me. I went through 2 years of fighting in court, and finally I won. Every hearing I won. Every affidavit from my doctors was pro for the efficacy of my treatment and what I was doing. And I finally won, and now workers' comp has to reimburse me for my medication.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, but the whole bad thing is workers' comp has no power to make them pay. So it's like, they pay, they'll send me some money, and then I won't, so I'm paying out of pocket again. But when I won that, I told all the people, I said, no, you don't need to send me anything anymore, because there's people that need that medicine, and there's somebody who's responsible for my medicine. So I fight with them to it. My wife, sometimes, we run out of money, but then we got to pay. We've almost lost our business, almost lost our home a couple times because, we've, had to pay for my meds, and I can't go back on the other stuff. But, I don't know, I'm here to tell my story, and cannabis really saved my life. I learned how to use cannabis to treat myself. I haven't used a pharmaceutical medication in 10 years.
Yes.
I take about 90 milligrams of RSO 3 times a day, and I use dabs for extreme pain onset, and I smoke flower pretty much throughout the day as I need it, and it keeps me able to live. I mean, I couldn't be here and be the person that you see here today. If I don't take the oil within 2 days, I look like I have Parkinson's. I mean, you could probably tell a little bit with the twitches and some of the spasms that I have, but man, I got a quality of life back that I never thought I would have. And I talk to everybody I can. I'm not afraid to say anything. Everybody in my town hall, they know. Everybody in my town, they come to our business. They know about cannabis. They know we preach it all the time because it saved my life, and it can save other people's lives. I got a 92-year-old mother-in-law who is losing her mind. It lives with us now, and the thing that calms her down, a little 5 milligram gummy. Yeah. She doesn't know what's going on. She does it for 10 minutes. She doesn't know anything, but it calms her down enough to where she's able to have a decent life. But I don't know. That's all. I came here just to tell you. I just wanted to let you know that, man, all you people that are out here trying to help patients and doing good things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you so much for being here, Jim. We super appreciate you taking the time, and we know it's not easy when you're in pain and when you're struggling to, get what you need to meet your needs. It can be tough. We appreciate all the times you stood with us in the trenches and you fought this fight right alongside us.
Proud of you all.
We are grateful to know you. You'll always be a part of the conversation, always. So you have my number. Make sure you keep in contact.
I appreciate you all.
Thank you so much, Jim.
Enjoy the rest of this, but I got to get out of here because I need to medicate.
Yeah.
Hey,
go get high.
Hey, Jim,
God bless you all. Love you.
Make sure you grab a program
For the
there. Get your
record,
seeds,
Jim
okay?
has testified for the DEA hearing, and he has submitted testimony here. So Jim's a hero.
Oh, he's got it. Thank you so much. So I think we have Emily online that would like to speak. Joe, is she over there?
Yes. Hi.
Hey, Emily. Thank you for being here.
Hi. Thank you for having me. I was truly touched by Jim's story just now, so I'm honored to go after him. And yeah, so my name is Emily Love. I'm actually from Massachusetts, and I have a background in cannabis cultivation, and I currently run cannabis and wellness events in New England. And I offer sound healing under my business, Luna Soul Sound Healing. Um, I was invited by a fellow community member, Duncan, who I've collaborated on community events with. And I'm super grateful for our connection because I'm here and able to talk publicly for my first time, even though I've wanted to for years. So I thought I could share my experience working in this industry in other states. So cannabis helped me with anxiety and depression after losing my brother as a teenager. I've been a medical patient up until I saw that in Massachusetts, the medical cannabis program is not any different from the recreational program. They don't focus on the medical aspect because it's less than 5% of the market and they can make more money through recreation. So the plant is no longer about medicine, and the plant is extremely sacred to me and to all of us, and we treat it like a commodity instead of a living conscious being. And I think that love for the plant is something that we've truly moved away from. And yes, I've always loved cannabis. I've always wanted to work with cannabis. And I got my first job at 22 years old in 2017 in medical cannabis in Massachusetts. And I've worked in cultivation and production and almost every side of cannabis besides retail. And watching the market move to recreational from medical just ruined the quality because they were the owners of the company that I worked at and other companies I've worked at were solely focused on how many pounds per light they can get. And so they could sell as much as they could. So they were stuffing the grow rooms, which created mold and diseases that they would still sell at top tier to medical patients, which I thought was so bad. And it influenced them to start spraying the plants every day with a chemical called xeritol that was later banned. It was terrible. It would turn the plants like this pink color, and it smelled so bad. And it smelled like a hair relaxer. When I don't know if anyone smelled that, but it smells terrible. And they were hiding it from us at first, and we could just tell something was off. And all the workers were constantly getting sick and not being treated fairly. And a lot of us ended up with PTSD from working in this industry and cultivation. So once I started speaking up, I got fired, which led me down a path of working for more companies just like this until I finally said, enough is enough. And I started bringing my spirituality and wellness to the community because of all the trauma I've witnessed workers going through and all the abuse to the plant that has been done just for money. And yeah, it just goes to show that they're not in it for safe access to the plant. They're solely in it for profit. And I would trust a home grower over a legal cultivation corporation any day because they are usually consumers themselves and actually care about what goes into their bodies and use it as medicine. The plant is about community and healing and unity. And I feel like the industry is just ripping that away from us. And we no longer have our trusted plant ally that we can rely on because it's just who can we trust? Like if the ones in charge are not providing safe cannabis to us. So yeah, my events are about bridging the gap between wellness and cannabis because that's what the plant is supposed to be about. It's literally that simple, just bringing a safe space to the community to be able to consume cannabis and talk about healing because it's just so important. And I believe the patients truly come first after the plant. So if we can become in harmony with the plant, I feel like the patients and the people who really need the medicine can all benefit. So I feel that we just need to come back to our roots with the plant and truly treat it like a sacred being that it is. And I feel like everyone here today has that same belief. So it's great to be around everyone and hear everyone's stories. And thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you so much, Emily. That was wonderful. You did
Thank
great. We're
you.
so grateful to have you here, and we're grateful for the work you do in your community. Putting the plant and the people first is exactly what we're about. So you are in the right place at the right time. And I
Yes.
hope you continue the work you do, and you continue to have faith in yourself and in the people and in the plant, so that it can do the work that it's here to do. So thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Yes, we hope to see you again soon. And then in the house, we have Anne Marie. If she could come up, we're excited to have Anne Marie with us.
Yeah.
She's been doing some important work in the community. We want to honor that work and support her work. So let's have her introduce herself.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Anne Marie Louise Rosado, and I am the founder of Higher Health. I started in the cannabis industry as an advocate. Many of you here were there the first time I testified 7 years ago. Since then, I have founded Higher Health and been doing quite a bit of interesting work. I'm very blessed to have done so. This morning I gathered all of my testimonies, and sadly it's the same ask 7 years later. Don't forget about the patients. As a provider and a patient myself, so much of this is heartbreaking. If it weren't for medical, adult use would not be here. If it weren't for businesses like mine, until adult use, there was no way a dispensary would have a customer. As a provider, we are not allowed to advertise, yet I can get dispensary coupons in the mail. For a state that is so fixated on money, my business does provide a very loyal, knowledgeable customer, and as a provider, I do safety consultations with every single patient. I started my business to give people an alternative to pharmaceuticals. I support them with a network of mental health providers. Many of my patients are veterans or in a legal program, severely debilitated, and cannot or may not want to speak out for themselves. The lack of availability, quality, and price of product has pushed Connecticut patients away from the program. This has literally destroyed my business. Oddly, as we lose patients, most new dispensaries are using out-of-state medical card providers, just like out-of-state producers. There are over 1,800 registered providers in this program. What's more upsetting and heartbreaking to me is every session I stand up for my patients, but I'd like to know, where are those other providers? It takes a village. I was smeared on social media for my involvement with the GHSA and the DOT for doing driving studies. I have trained over 170 state troopers, DREs, and municipal officers. I had prosecutors in my class last Friday. This means that it took my class to get understanding from our side. That was really successful. That broke down a lot of barriers this week. Yes, there's a lot of negativity around the program, product, legislation, but do remember, there are individuals and businesses like mine that do provide a necessary service, a service that will protect individuals in their employment from DCF or may be required in their legal program. Support those of us who are guiding our legislators and showing up, not just leaving a $99 flyer at an MSO dispensary. My conversations used to be very positive and fruitful with patients. Now they are angry. Some of us have to absorb this, that we have hurting individuals to deal with. There's personal, financial failure. It's not just a regulation, it's an economic issue. Not everyone may like our choice in medicine, but it is medicine, it's here, and it's legal. Thank you guys for your time.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Anne-Marie, and we do appreciate the work you're doing. You really are, putting yourself out there. You're here showing up for your patients, and I see you, and I appreciate you. I was one of those people that were here when you were first testifying, and, I'm really floored to see how far you've come and the amount of work that you've done. And I talk to your patients, and they love and adore you and appreciate everything you do for them as well. Thank you. Thank you.
See eye to eye, but this is what makes such an incredible group, is that if we all come together like this, it really breaks down all of the barriers, and we all just have such a valuable position here. Thank you, everyone.
Absolutely. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Michael? Thank you.
Thanks, folks. So my name is Mike Goodenough. I am one of the very first hemp farmers in the state. I'm the first extraction company in the state. Prior combat Marine, served in 2 wars, and family farm. Just lost our family farm of our 5th generation, so my kids won't be being able to take over that farm due to the impacts of some of the laws and some of the pieces that have hit us from a hemp perspective. My testimonies today are not around the hemp realm. Or my comments today and statements today. I think you see an amazing community in front of you. And what our real next major takeaway is to do here is to change the stigma. We are fighting a stigma. That stigma, as I was reminded in a recent conversation with somebody in the room, that stigma comes from people who have truly been traumatized by cannabis. And what I mean by that is they've had a family member who for some reason used cannabis during the time of their drug addiction or during their criminal runs of true catastrophic levels used cannabis. They blame cannabis for major trauma in their life. Just as much as we have trauma from police kicking in doors and other things, they have the equivalent traumas. And we have to be able to change this stigma. We have to change the stigma to ourselves around the police and around the enforcement. Police are using the tools that we allow our legislators to give them. If there is a law that says they can kick in a door, they're going to kick in a door because that is their job. The reality is it's our job to change these laws and to change the stigma of our feelings towards them as much as it is for us to turn to some common people around our industry that have been seriously impacted by cannabis and change their minds on what cannabis is. We have to forgive and be willing to take forgiveness ourselves. That is what a community is. Amen. That 100%. I think a lot of folks in this room don't understand, because I didn't, what really the public's eye is on what is happening in our state. These smoke shops that are selling cannabis, that are selling things that are illegal, that are harmful, these smoke shops, they think are us. They think it's coming from my hemp farmers. They think it's you taking your products from your market and bringing it into their smoke shops.
California.
100%. These are illegal synthetic drugs that are being brought in under our labels. They have nothing to do with the people in this room. They have nothing to do with my hemp farmers, but they're saturating our markets. So do we blame the smoke shop owners? Hell no. It's not their fault. They're bringing in products that they don't truly know are bad. They just see an HHC on it instead of seeing a THC, and they don't know. We have our lawmakers, and listen, I honestly, I kind of come back to just totally giving my heart to Representative Hughes, Representative Sweet, Representative Shannon. Thank you so much for being here. This is not comments towards you. This is us too, right? We're the ones that are supposed to use our voice to change these laws. But these laws have allowed those locations to bring products into our states, into our towns. If we had a simple distribution law that controlled the import of hemp products or the distribution of hemp products, none of these shops would have these products in them right now. That's the one line we would have to add to a bill. Not this complexity of percentages and other components and all of this anxiety we're creating between industry. It is a very simple tweak. That's why the tobacco, liquor, every industry that is regulated has a distribution arm. We are not reinventing a wheel here. This has been happening for a long time around many of different things. Lidocaine is our newest, is one of the newer components that are equivalent to these required regulations. We're allowing a complexity to exist that doesn't need to exist. And in turn, we're destroying one another within that process. The reality around the testimonies of consistent product, I respect and love, but this is a plant. I will show you labs on hundreds of plants within within thousands of plants that buds from the top to the bottom have 6 different levels of cannabinoids on them. The THC changes from the top bud to the middle bud to the bottom bud to the side buds. It is a plant. It grows organically, which means it's never going to be absolute or consistent. But to get a consistent dose, you need a tincture. To get a consistent dose, you need another method of delivery than just smoking or ingestion. We enjoy the plant because of all that comes with that green matter, and we want to smoke it or consume it. But for someone who wants an exacting dose at an exact time, they should look to doing an RSO, doing something that has an exact measurement. But in order to know what's in that RSO, you have to be able to get a lab. In order to know what you're consuming to make your edibles, you have to be able to have access to a lab to test that product, and it is imperative. And I'm really glad that we're actually at a point where the common person can actually get a lab done for themselves. But with that diversity, I really want, I know everybody in this room is going to cringe when I say this. We all must understand mold. There are beneficial molds. In fact, half of us champion one of the largest molds that exist, and that's our mushrooms, right? Molds are very beneficial. Certain molds are absolutely not and extraordinarily harmful. We are talking about growing organically. Growing organically, you're going to find a worm in your tomato. You're going to find a worm in your lettuce, and you're going to accept that because it's an organically grown product. But there's a difference between a farmer's market and a grocery store. I expect everything in my farmer's market to be organic and to actually know that I'm coming in with anticipation. Medical drugs are regulated by the Food and Drug Administration, and those regulations are so deep and so hardcore, you have to have 9 people on quality control that can't wear separate hats in order to just have a drug approved. 9 employees running for 6 months and a product being manufactured for 6 months sitting on a shelf waiting to be tested. None of us would ever succeed in getting an actual drug license from the FDA. It requires a pharmaceutical to be able to carry the billions of dollars to get there. We are delivering a drug. It is categorized as a drug, and we're doing it as farmers and organically and as holistic medicine. That is groundbreaking. That is groundbreaking. And we have to remember that we're marrying 2 worlds. I require my medical industry to have top quality food, top quality grade, and honest to God, if remediation is brought in, then remediation is brought in. When I buy lettuce from the store that I know that has gone through the same UVC light treatment that we're all complaining about happening to our weed, that is a medical grade product. It cannot contain anything that's not that normally would be found in organic. But in an organic product, I would expect to find some things that are going to be there because I know my brother John grew it, and my brother John definitely has aphid issues. But if he has a method of being able to wash that off through water or other methods, then so be it. It's organic. It's okay. It's just like the worm I expect to find in my lettuce. It really is.
I disagree here wholeheartedly. I've been growing weed probably for the last indoors and outdoors for 6 years. I got weed pictures, High Time magazines, you name it, that's where I was, right? So if I have aphids, what happens to the plants, people? The plants get thrown out. It's that simple. I got mold, I throw it out. The difference is I don't have $1 million of having to sell it to the
Right.
public.
Well, I think it's
So
different,
that's
right,
the
on
biggest
different
difference
scales.
is that it's different because I'm not on a commercialized area
Yeah.
where I need to come up with the money to make back my loss. I don't have to come up with the money to
It's
make back
different,
my
right.
initial profitability or my initial investment. So I'm free to be able to throw out those plants that have aphids. You, on the other hand, if you have a commercialized grow, you do not have that luxury to throw them out, right? But once again, we look at that and we say San Francisco back in 2000s, 1998, all the growers, there's no big ass monopolies of companies growing. It was just a mom and pop growing in their basement. And the best weed you could ever grow and the best weed you could ever smoke. And Norm out there and you yourself would be the ones to vouch. Today's cannabis is degraded compared to where it was 20 years ago, let alone 10 years ago. And then half the strains that are around today are so infested with cookies that don't get me started with how it actually has been done. But the genetics are gone. The amount of it's only about THC high content, nothing about that. The whole industry. And the last thing I want to do is buy a weed from a store.
Right. I think we have to remember too that everybody should have a personal choice, right? So like I should be able to at least know if my product is being remediated, right? And I should be able to
100%.
make that choice. I think in outside of this regulated industry that's been created and legalization, there was a level of consumer awareness that was just, you just had it. You knew you had to have it. You had to look. You had to know where it was coming from, and you had to be aware of that. I think in Connecticut, where that kind of screws us up a little bit, is we have these Department of Consumer Protection making all the rules without the input of the people, not including the people in the conversations, not informing the people of what the processes are and who's doing what, to their products. And I think that's really where we have the problem, right? If somebody's choosing to remediate product to make it safer for medical patients, and that's their choice, right? And I think that the patients and the consumers should then also have the choice to then know,
100%.
hey, this is what's going on, and now I make an informed choice as a consumer, no matter what it is, right? I don't, and like Luke said, right? And I get it, I definitely wouldn't hold that against you, right? You have a larger scale grow. You can't just go in and just throw out all the plants. Sometimes, if IPM is not working, remediation might be needed, and that's okay, right? It's just different for a small craft grow, but transparency is absolutely key, and I think that's where we get lost in Connecticut, and there's like a level of distrust is that we haven't been included in the conversation. They've done things kind of sneakily behind our backs with like regulatory capture and some of the lobbying from these larger companies. And I think that's where we're losing a lot of our patient base, a lot of our consumer base, right? It's not just, is it okay or not? Is it okay to do it and not tell people that you're doing it? No.
And plus, we
So I
don't have
agree with
that infrastructure yet, like you were saying before, where, do we have the A grade, the B grade, the C grade, and giving, because people in Mass, I know they go to Mass and buy these $80 eighths, but I think or $80 ounces, I'm sorry. But I think they're aware now after buying them that, yeah, they're $80, but, a lot of it's second cut.
Yep.
When they get there, they figure out it's second cut, or they get there and it's a little drier. Maybe it's 6 months old.
Yep.
Or, so I do think that, like you said before, there's going to be, obviously, because cannabis is going to be, bigger than alcohol ever was. So there's going to be these tiers. And I think that not only do people have to be accountable about them, but I think that the regulators need to accept that, this is not just going to be one, streamlined supply line where everyone's just gonna
right, they can pretend that's what it is, but we all know that that's just not possible.
100%. But I think the reality is we need the farmers market. We need the ability for the average person to be able to come to market and give us that organic option.
Absolutely.
At that point, the requirement of the medical side being truly remediated to the point where there is nothing there. And I don't care whether it's remediation or proper cultivation. It's very different to grow in a true laboratory. In a laboratory, there is absolutely no ecosystem to combat any of the normal issues. When you grow outside, you're using wonderful ecosystem to be able to combat all the problems. But in a... Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Right. We
absolutely.
are ultimately dealing with a plant. I absolutely
And once
agree. I think it's
one
important.
small thing invades that space is done.
Right.
And the thing is, we don't have any knowledge on how to clean that space appropriately.
Right.
But I want the market, the farmer's market. I want the ability for the people who I know to grow, right? And I think that was in our bill this year, right? That was in the bill that was presented this year. And I think that's the missing component.
Yeah.
Right now, everybody's taking their criteria and they're throwing it into one tiny little house, which that tiny little house, if it was truly FDA regulated, would be doing a lot more remediation than what we think right now.
Right, that's the scary part about federal
100%.
policy.
100%.
I appreciate you being here, Mike. Thank you so much.
you.
You
Thank you,
absolutely,
Mike.
your knowledge and your commitment is great. Thank you so much. We have Joe LaChance online. Joe.
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, it's Joe the Weed Guy, live on the screen. Joe.
Hi, everybody.
Hey.
Hey, look, man, this has been really quite inspiring. I've been listening almost since the beginning. And it's really nice to see the community finally coming together and realizing kind of what I've known from the start, that if we're going to make change, we have to make it as a community. We do not have legalized weed here in Connecticut. What we have is an over-regulated industry. That is not legalized weed. That is not a free plant. So what we have, though, in this room is what is called a community. That means communication and unity together. What I see in this room is the cannabis industry. I'm going to be quite frank, and a lot of people are going to get pissed off about what I'm going to say, but we don't need the state, okay? I'm 65 years old. I've been promised a lot in my life from both the federal and the state government. And guess what? They've never done right by the people. And what makes you think that they're going to start now? It's real nice to go up there and play and try to make the regulations right. But let's be real. We don't do this for ourselves, because all of us can get anything we need as far as cannabis goes. I need medical advice. I don't go to the medical dispensary. I don't go. I have a pharmacist that I know I can talk to. I need good product. I know where I can go. So us within the community, we're taken care of. We do this for the people. We do this for the community at large, the people. And I think it's time that the people need to know that the same thing that we've known all along. We can do this on our own. And the only way that we can make change is with us as a community. It was so heartening for me to see people who were not getting along all in one room here now talking together, because I think we finally reached the point that we understand. United we stand, and divided we fall. And now it's time for us to stand. And not only stand, but stand tall. Because the state obviously knows they're at a disadvantage. They are losing money. They're not making the money that they thought they would make. It's not the cash cow that they thought they would have. So what are they doing? They're reverting back to enforcement. They're reverting back to their old ways. But we got to let them know that we're not going to put up with it. So we got to keep doing what we're doing. So guess what? You want to grow? Grow as many freaking plants as you want. It's your house. It's your property. They can't get us all, okay? They can't get us all. You want to give weed to your friend? Give it to your friend. Do it. Get out there. Spread the word. You've got a bunch of handful of seeds, go out to the local park, throw them out there and plant them in the community garden. Who cares anymore? It's time. I just want to leave you guys with 2 words. Civil disobedience. It's always worked. And it will work again. Now's the time. You see what's going on in the world. You see the time for the people to rise up is now. And we can do it. It's real nice, and I want to thank the state for inviting us into their rooms and into their chambers there. But guess what? We don't freaking need you. And we'll show you that. Anyway, I love you all. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Joe. And I'm always about breaking the law as a form of activism. You know that, so.
That's the only way to change laws is to break them.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
I would just
Our-
like to remind everyone that this is being live streamed and then will be posted on CTN website. So, maybe just not admit to any rule breaking on live camera. It's just my advice.
Thank
did
you
I
so
say
much for
any
that
specific-
reminder, but I'm down to.
Our
Yeah.
next speaker is Carl Caswell.
That's me. That's me.
He traveled here from Massachusetts to be in
I'm all the way
person,
from
so we're
Mass, and
very
I
thankful
came
for
down
him.
to see you guys. I'm one of the old freedom fighters. I speak at the rallies in Boston and stuff, and I've been active since I was about 7 years old. I smoked my first joint, and I said I got to legalize this stuff. So I've been fighting the good fight for many years now, and it's been a battle. I feel like I live a fantasy life. Sometimes I'm up on stage, I have wild parties, and other times I'm being hauled off and thrown into prisons for stuff I'm not even doing. Just a little background. For a while, our rallies in Boston were being controlled by undercover cops and stuff like that. They were using as sting operations. First rally they had, they arrested 106 people, and but only problem, next rally they had, they got more people, and they kept getting more and more and more, and so finally they get into hundreds and thousands of people. And so I guess they decide that there's too many of us, and they decide that we got to do something. So they decided to legalize it. But being legal is not freedom. What they did is they're using it to make money off our people. It's a profit thing. Control and profit and fear. And matter of fact, they do it with other drugs too. If drugs administered safe and right, they could use to be benefit life, but they make it illegal. So now they're done in ways we can't see or know. Makes it real easy to give people too much of the wrong stuff, wrong time, wrong place, get them addicted, and charge what they want. That's why we get so many homeless people and people forced to be street workers, and it's sad. It's because we just don't realize that we're given this gift of the feelings we can rate, and yet we don't offer them safe and right to benefit life. It's we take away the freedom. I think we could even stop wars from happening. If people want to fight, we give them a party and make them feel all right. It's for the future of life that we treat liberty safe and right, not take her away, I say. So join us in this fight. Right now I've been trying to get people to organize on the street level, basically starting out. What I get is there's 4 parts of the organization. We got the freedom fighters. They put in the time and energy. We have the soldiers. They fight with the words. All political powers have soldiers. We have the partiers. They enjoy the freedom we win. And then we have the volunteers. They're our hope of our freedom. Now the soldiers or partiers or whoever you are, you want to be a part of the organization. We try to get you to network with each other. You go around, you see a bunch of people walking around. You go, hey, I'm looking for leaders for our people. If they're part of the organization, they know what you're talking about. I say, I'm a leader, and they swap each other numbers and stuff like that. And the leaders, they meet up once a month. You get 5 numbers, you become leader number 1. Number 1 has to meet 5 other number 1s and then become number 2. And it kind of like pyramids up, builds it up. It's on a street level. I'm not sure if it's going to work that well, but most people I talk on the street, they're all kind of into it. Yeah, I'll go out and see if I can find some people and meet, and it's a good way to network, and plus it's helps socialize with people, but it'll give us some power anyway. But that's what we want. We want to get ourselves organized into a political group where we get some power and be able to make our own laws. Right now, they're making laws about us, and they're just stealing our money from our people. Here's a plant that costs the same as tomatoes, and look what they're charging us. It's outrageous. It's robbing our people. It's enslaving people, and with the other drugs, it's totally wrong what they're doing with it. And it's causing the abuse. And even alcohol. You make it legal, you can drink so much you can die from this stuff. Liberty is a very special lady. You got to treat her right. She has to be chaperoned, not given so you can have all you want, but not take her away either. It's a very delicate balance for humans to realize that we have to find this peace. I mean, the feelings you create with these drugs are incredible. I think they can solve a lot of problems, could solve wars, they could solve fights. We're still animals, you see. We still got these primitive instincts, And these drugs, they control these feelings. And all we have to do is administrate them safe and right. Take control of them and use it to benefit life, not to make money off these people or, turn them to slaves by giving them too much and getting them addicted to it. It's a stupid way, the way we handle things, But I hope we can learn and for the future of life. And I think it's going to happen that we should use it to benefit life, not take it away. I thank you for your time. Any questions?
Thank you, Carl. Appreciate you coming out for all the way from Massachusetts. Organizing the people is so important. And I think you're onto something yourself there with what you're doing in Mass. So
I'm just pointing a direction towards the future, and hope people will follow it.
Awesome. Next, remotely, we have Allison Sicard.
Hi, blessings and greetings to all in attendance today. I'm speaking to a community that is hemorrhaging. Immediate care through kindness, awareness, and action is vital. I hesitated to participate in the forum due to being discouraged by my previous testimonials in the LOB, feeling my words were falling on deaf ears. What other reason exists for the apparent disregard and disrespect for sensible legislation within these chambers amongst those who are responsible with representing the people? So I speak to the people right now. From the governor's false declaration before a room full of Chamber of Commerce members, of which I attended, that quote unquote, the black market weed growers releasing their crops were with fentanyl, to the Attorney General's 2.0 war on drug stance and threats to our community, via raids, fines, and social media posts, to moratoriums and policies that violate federal law, like our 2018 Farm Bill, which restricting and regulating personal liberties and free enterprise endeavors, to even some committee members, obvious law, and I don't speak of the 3 that are in attendance today. I love you guys. I appreciate you so much. But there's been some other committee members that have shown a lack of integrity for their role by visiting the cafeteria, eating and engaging in side chats, phone usage during our testimonials. We, the people, wait for hours. We sometimes past our own meal times and during our own hours of employment and caregiving for children and other loved ones and obligations. So I'm not going to inhabit too much space reiterating the hundreds of years of history of cannabis in America, as I've done so many times before. Everyone has a smartphone. I implore you to Google hemp in the 1700s America, the Hemp for Victory campaign of World War II, the Schaefer Report, Nixon and the DEA. Nor will I trauma dump or data dump on you, other beyond a Cliff Notes version of my story. I've been arrested, beaten, tear gassed, violated, fined, imprisoned. Criminalization of my cannabis use stalled my college degree. I was issued a 51A and my children were taken away from me because I answered my door with a joint in my hand. I was widowed before our children were grown as a result of opiates being covered by health insurance, but not cannabis pain management. Our daughter found him dead. I'm going to save her story for her. She's an adult now, but she's doing all right. And I'm not going to highlight more than necessary the local businesses with existing cannabis-infused products that are peddling teas and seltzers while our hemp farmers lose their livelihoods and shopkeepers have their CBD taken off the shelves by the DCP. I want to know, who is the Department of Consumer Protection really protecting? One doesn't need to file a Freedom of Information request to follow the corruption trail through Connecticut's countryside and capital. Start with liquor stores and dispensaries and who owns them and their spouses. And then please Google American beverage licensees and see what they want to do with having THC and CBD products funneled only through their liquor stores. Excuse me, which I find intolerable. We got to stop subscribing to the propaganda tactics and slogans like gateway drug and recognize the presence of cannabis receptors in all vertebrates. And, I particularly will not waste any time attempting to convince a government of the benefits of cannabis when the government currently holds 5 U.S. patents in relation to the benefits of cannabis. This plant medicine can be cultivated, harvested, processed, and consumed by the same individual. Can that be said of any FDA approved drug? Perhaps that worries the powerful pharmaceutical lobbyists. I just implore our community, it's as a call to action to unite. We have around 40,000 humans that are locked in cells right now for doing the same things we do, while others are doing the same things that we do and are making millions of dollars. So why the vast discrepancies? Our government declared a war on drugs. They are systematically criminalizing cannabis to fill their for-profit prisons with POWs and create a climate of a cannabis civil war nationwide. Our veterans have difficulty accessing CBD for pain management, yet opiates are often prescribed and administered to them by a federal agency that acknowledges an opioid epidemic crisis. So if you're infuriated by this, I just implore you, community, lastprisonerproject.org, obviously the Canna Warriors, freedomgrows.org. There's so many organizations out there, ways that you can get involved. And I just want to say that cannabis could be a bipartisan remedy to the opioid crisis, in addition to industrial and environmental applications like hempcrete and carbon sequestering. Connecticut could actually leave a legacy of stewardship and forward-thinking innovation. But right now, I'm ashamed of the way that this state has handled the cannabis industry. Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Allison. We really appreciate you coming all the way in here. It was good to see you. Thank you so much for waiting. Next we have Lou Rinaldi.
Hello. I'm going to be real quick and real close to the ground. One of the reasons that I wish Representative Lamar were here today is because of something that I heard him say at a recent hearing. There's a lot of bills in flight. There's a lot of competing priorities. But I think the one linchpin that is really the most important and the elephant in the room is the potency cap that we currently have in Connecticut. I think it has the potential to really do a cascading level of harm to all constituents in the industry, citizens. It's the single, in my opinion anyway, it's the one thing that everybody agrees on, but we can't seem to get any traction on in terms of getting the committee, General Law Committee, to pivot on this. The impact, I said it impacts everybody. It obviously it impacts consumers, right? The cap makes it so that all products in adult use are limited to lower potency, and people can't find the options that they're seeking. Oh, well, that's not a big deal for patients, right? Because patients are allowed to have higher potency products. Yeah, except the producers are going to opt out of making them because they don't want to only be able to sell to 30,000 people. That's the hard economic reality of the situation. They're going to opt out. They're going to opt out of producing those products, and to a large extent, they already have. And the fact that we have to pay something like $80, $90 for a gram of live rosin is absolutely criminal and insidious. It is disgusting. So the patients are suffering. Local businesses are going to suffer. Licensed retailers, if they can't sell what's in demand, the demand isn't going to go away. People are going to find these products elsewhere, and the business is going to lose out on those sales. And the thing that I think most of us care the least about at this point, but it matters a whole lot to other folks, is the tax revenue. The state and the municipalities are missing out on millions of dollars that could go into infrastructure, public health, community reinvestment, schools, education, any number, prevention programs. Education, as Duncan was saying, you know, there's any number of things that we could be using the money for if the money were coming in, if we were selling the products that were in demand. And the reality of the situation is quite simple, that these products are going to exist and they're going to be in demand no matter what happens with the General Law Committee. The real question that we're facing at this moment is, are we going to just say, yep, you're on your own, go find them wherever you can, good luck, hope you don't get a bad batch, anything like that? Or are we going to make them available for sale in a regulated environment? I'm not a super big fan of excessive regulation, but you know, what we're doing now is not working. What we're doing now has failed. It's not even failing, it has failed. So we have to make that choice. We have to make that decision of, is this going to just be something that we're going to say, well, no, we're not touching the potency cap, or God forbid, we're going to lower it to 15%, as a couple of bills have proposed. You may as well just hang it up at that point. Shut the whole damn thing down at that point, because that is going to be the end result of continuing on with the restrictions on potency. We're already seeing sales of dispensaries, sales of licenses, shady backroom deals about licenses being traded, horse traded among insiders, who all ostensibly support the potency cap for reasons I can't fathom. So I want to close by pivoting a little bit, and I want to say thank you to Christina, because this is vital. What we're doing here today is vital. And you made it happen. Great job, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Lou. Thank you, everybody that was here to support this. This wouldn't be this without you, so I can get all the applause, but really, you guys are really important as well, so let's give you an applause, too. Thank you very much. So I think we might have Coco online still. All right, let's bring Coco in. We're getting short on time, but Coco, we're happy to have you here all the way from Hawaii.
Thank you. Aloha, everyone. Okay, so I'm going to talk fast because I'm also from Cali. So my name is Coletta Washington. I'm going to read so that I don't get off track. My name is Coletta Washington. Feel free to call me Coco. I'm Gen X. I've been using cannabis since the early 90s. In 2014, I paid over $15,000 to a trade school to become a pharmacy technician so I could learn to compound cannabis medicine. At that time, getting a job in the cannabis industry was more about who you knew rather than your qualifications as a wellness advocate or medical professional. I became a cannabis advocate after getting my first medical cannabis card in Florida, visiting a Trulieve dispensary and realizing dispensaries are the furthest concept away from a medical experience I could imagine. I have continued to be disappointed with the trajectory of cannabis liberation from my hometown of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, to my current residency in Honolulu, Hawaii. When I turned 50, I decided to go back to college to pursue the degree of Cannabis Studies Environmental Stewardship at Cal Poly Humboldt. And my goal is to return to processing so I can be an insider to the evolution of clean, safe cannabis to the public. But the road is long and depressing, and no amount of plant medicine makes that frustration go away. There is a war growing within our cannabis community, an infighting, if you will, and our legislation is witnessing this. When our fight was against reefer madness advocates, it was hopeful, attitudes and perceptions could be argued, but now the fight is about medical versus recreational, internal theft, internal strife, and the pink elephant in the room, medical cannabis is no longer about healing. At the end of the day, the legacy growers, operators, processors, and manufacturers cannot transition this movement by themselves. I am here to represent patient advocacy, but I believe that our legislature are no longer legislating. They are gatekeeping a reefer madness philosophy to keep their interests out of the infighting. I say all of that to say, today we gather to discuss an issue that is not just about policy, it's about people. It's about healing, harm reduction, and ensuring that Connecticut's cannabis laws genuinely serve those who need them most. And that need is the same throughout our entire nation. Connecticut has made significant strides in cannabis reform, but as we move forward locally and nationally, we must ask, are we doing enough to protect patients? Are we prioritizing harm reduction? For thousands of Connecticut residents, like the overall country, cannabis is not a luxury, it's a lifeline. Patients rely on it to manage chronic pain, neurological disorders, and the side effects of treatments like chemotherapy. The state's medical marijuana program was designed to provide safe, regulated access to cannabis for those who need it most. However, since the launch of adult use cannabis sales, many medical patients have voiced concerns. They worry about product shortages, rising costs, and whether the recreational market is overshadowing their needs. I don't want to make people mad, but why not absolve the division between medical and recreational? Because we're at war within the cannabis community based on this separation. Now, harm reduction is about minimizing risk while ensuring safe access, and Connecticut has taken steps to regulate cannabis responsibly, but challenges do remain. The state has strict policies to prevent underage use, but education and outreach must continue. Expungement and reinvestment efforts are crucial, but we must ensure that the funds truly reach impacted communities. Across the nation, we must continue to push for policies that protect cannabis users, recreational and medical, which, as an earlier gentleman mentioned, is one and the same: therapeutic use. We continue to support harm reduction, and we also ensure that cannabis remains accessible to those who need it. So that means strengthening the medical cannabis protections to prevent the shortages, expanding the harm reduction education to promote responsible use, and ensuring that the social equity funds are used effectively. Overall, healing is not just about medicine, but justice, access, and compassion. Connecticut has made progress, but there is more work to do. So let's continue to advocate for policies that prioritize patients, reduce harm, then build a cannabis system that truly serves the people. I will end today with a very famous quote, and on shirts: there is no SOP for culture. And make the cannabis community great again. Mahalo!
Thank you, Coco. Thank you for all your work you do in Hawaii, and thank you for coming out and helping us out with this panel all the way from Hawaii.
Thank you so much, Coco. I don't believe Ed is with us, so we're going to go right directly to Kyla.
Hi, my name is Kyla Schaefer, and I'm 49, and I've lived in the state all my life. I have severe Crohn's, so that's what originally brought me to the medical market, was my severe Crohn's, and my doctor, Dr. Klein, was on the panel before and speaking on this, and she also was a mental health doctor at the mental health facility down the road from me. So she had a lot of very insight, and when I went for my first consultation, there was a form that I filled out, and she wanted to know more about me. She wanted to know why I was there, what was my situation, and I let her in on my situation. I have a lot of trauma due to my mother. My mother had a lot of situations when I was very young. She was burned 90% of her body, so she almost paralyzed from a grease fire. So cannabis has always been in my family, has always been something that my family has used. My mother used it. She was in a bad situation. So as I used it, I felt things were great. Things were great when I first started at the program, and I was getting the med that I needed. I was getting the things that I needed, and then it started to go downhill. The stuff started to smell. It was not smelling proper. The capsules I got, as I told you, were bad, and they didn't have much to say about it. And like going to the dispensary, if I were to talk to the pharmacist or anybody else, they can't really say anything to me, because any word they say to me, they could potentially either A, lose their license, not get any more products from the state, because if they make any waves at all or they say anything, their hands are tied. So it's like the bad products fall on deaf ears. This was back in 2020. So 5 years later, we're still here asking for products for the patients. All these laws have been made. Not once have I ever been called about, hey, what's going on here? What products do you use? What do you like? What works for you? And what works for me, I'm a higher dosed person. So like the capsules I was getting was 200 milligrams 3 times a day, but I was not chained to my bed sleeping. I wasn't like out of it like that. Like some people, that would make them out of it. Other people I know was on like 2.5 milligrams. So, and that was making them their proper dose. So everybody's dose goes on what their condition is. And I don't think there should be a cap, should be 15 milligrams. That wouldn't be enough for me to help my Crohn's disease that I deal with every day. And I would prefer to use cannabis and FICO or RSO over an opioid. I was on lots of opioids. It's ruined my stomach. Now I can't take Tylenol. I can't take ibuprofen because my stomach and my insides have been ruined from Big Pharma and all the meds. They never got to the root cause. It's just a Band-Aid to keep Band-Aiding you along. And this is what the Connecticut Cannabis Program has done. They just want to keep a Band-Aid so they can keep their money flowing in. If you say something to them, all they say is, sorry, we hurt you.
Right, again, with the lack of accountability on the state's part.
There's no accountability at all, zero. And I think they're talking about these gas stations that are going to hurt the children, or children are being hurt by these gas stations. I was just speaking to somebody, and I used to run a general store. I used to own a general store in the state of Connecticut. My family did. And we used to go to convenience store conventions. So when I would show up at the convention in Providence, there would be like 100 booths, 150 booths, and my rep from J. Polyp would show me around, and I thought, okay, I could buy all these products, sell them in my convenience store, because they're all there. So it's like if you own a smoke shop, you own a gas station, you own construction, they have convenience store conventions, cannabis conventions, and they're for people who own smoke shops. So when like a gas station guy goes in and they see CBD, they see kratom, they see the stuff, and their rep is telling them, oh, this is the stuff that people are making $500 on. You know, you get this, you're going to make $500. This guy, me, being the consumer in there owning the gas station, may not know what that is, but my rep's telling me that this CBD and this kratom is going to work well in my store and bring me in all this money, so I'm just going to order it. Why can't, instead of harming these gas stations that may not know the products they have are bad because their reps have sold it to them, so somewhere they're getting this, why can't they stop it at distribution level? Whereas when they go to these convenience store conventions, smoke shop conventions, why are those products even there in the first place?
Right, I agree, Kyla. We're running short on time. I'm glad you were able to stay with us. You know, we really appreciate your voice and your advocacy.
And I really think that cannabis, just one last quick thing.
Yes.
I don't think cannabis is harmful to patients and to children at all in any way. My son was premature, and when he was very young, he was put on Ritalin and Adderall. And
Wow.
to this day, he doesn't remember much, but I can tell you, he will tell you how awful that med was.
Yeah.
And that it made
lot
him
of side
from
effects.
8 o'clock to 10 o'clock, it made him into the devil and tear my place apart. Where he just had a little bit of cannabis, whether it was just a little 1 milligram tab. It doesn't have to be a lot, and that would calm
Right,
him down.
I
And
think we have to really consider that, right?
I mean,
and instead of
CBD, even if it's
introduce
non-psychoactive,
As-
why couldn't he have had CBD? But instead, when I said, "Oh, the stimulant dose wasn't working," they'll give him another stimulant dose.
yeah, no, of course they will. Of course they will.
And I was
but not
argued
cannabis,
by the
not
teachers,
CBD.
by the
any
nurses.
means.
So if I didn't do what they said,
That's right,
well,
I
then
know.
DCF was going to be knocking at my
Right,
door.
and that's the scary part. And I think Kavnisha probably
know,
agrees
and-
with me. The bigger concern is that not only are they not offering this as harm reduction or as treatment for children with autism or other conditions that it can absolutely be helpful for, they're actually introducing them into the judicial system. They're arresting them. They're taking their driver's license. They're
Well,
disadvantaging
they did
children
try that. I
further.
had an allegation, but it didn't go through. And
Right.
they tried to speak to me about cannabis. And when I went to CHR, one of the other agencies,
Yeah, it's a hard
United
time.
Ways, I told them, my lawyer said not to speak to you unless I'm not going to be prosecuted because I
Right.
use cannabis. I have cancer.
It's a touchy
I have
subject. You
cancer,
have
and
to be
I'm
careful.
I'm sick. And
Yeah.
I don't want to be prosecuted because I'm a sick person in this state.
Right. So I think that's absolutely an area we need to, look at, protect parents with children who potentially can benefit and are left with no options, right? And that's a continuing part of this conversation,
But
and it always
give
will
them
be.
a Ritalin or an Adderall right away, no problem.
I know, right? It's the system.
Just
I know.
thank you guys for all
Thank
your time.
you,
and if
Kyla.
any
Thank you so
legislators
much.
are listening, I hope they hear what us people and patients have to say, because it's time that they listen to us.
So if you're on your way out the door, that's absolutely true. If you're on your way out the door, make sure you grab some pizza on your way out. There's some vegan pizza and some regular pizza to your right in the cafeteria. Don't forget to stop there and grab your pizza. And Kyla, if you want to grab a bag from behind me, just pick whichever one you want, okay? So a closing call to action and a big shout out of gratitude to everybody that made this possible. Ann Hughes, MJ, Lori Sweet, Luke, Carl, One Hit Wonder, hey, Duncan, Evie. Hey, yes, that's family over there. Hey, family. Hey! So this conversation was for every single piece of this community. There are many voices that do not get heard in this community, even when they're speaking out loud. Even when they're talking through a microphone or outside with a megaphone, they are wholeheartedly ignored. And a lot of those reasons, I believe, are because of profit, because of regulatory capture. What we've done here today is extremely powerful. We came together, we lifted our voices, we lifted each other, we shared our stories, and we're challenging a system that continues to profit from pain while leaving too many behind. We all stood in truth, we've rooted in community, and grounded in the belief that cannabis justice is not just possible, it's necessary. This forum is not the end, it's just getting started. We invite you to take what you've heard today and carry it forward into your lives, into your conversations, into your communities, and into your own calls of action. Whether you're a patient, a caregiver, an advocate, a provider, or someone just learning the truth about that policy, your voice matters. Please never forget to use your voice. It's given to you for a reason. You are powerful in and of yourself, and together we can get this done. Thank you so much, everybody. Don't forget pizza. Don't forget there's
one
pizza
more
in
thing.
the cafeteria. There was some donuts that were donated from SWA.
One more quick thing is that I think that more people in the state of Connecticut need to know what's going on with the cannabis and what's going on with the laws, because I met two guys on the way in. They knew nothing about what was going on. As soon as I told them about some of the things, they were like, ooh, that's not good. So they're
they're
gonna
trying
go
to
look
hide
them
it.
up. So we need to get it out there.
Thank you so much, Christina and the Canna Warriors, for putting this together today. You really rock it, and you rock it every single day, being the strongest advocates for this plant. So thank you.
Thank you, MJ. Thank you, Ann Hughes. Thank you, Larry Sweet. Thank you, Christina, Duncan, Joseph, and everyone.